Yes, it's Ladies' Day here at the 2015 Wimbledon Championships. It's day 12, Saturday the 11th of July, and we are live at Wimbledon with you for Ladies' Finals Day. The skies, I should say, do look a bit cloudy, but we are promised, so it looks like no rain is forecast today. Another sunny day here at SW19 with highs of 26 degrees with myself, Cara Robinson, and seven-time Grand Slam champion Mats Wilander in our Live at Wimbledon studio here on top of the broadcast centre roof. The men's finals tomorrow might have a slightly different weather forecast, but for now, we are crossing our fingers and hoping that there is no rain today for the ladies. Before we even begin to talk about the ladies, we have to reflect on the men's semi-finals that took place yesterday. And first up, it was Novak Djokovic against Richard Gasquet. Djokovic coming through in straight sets, cruising through to his final, where he's hoping to win a third Wimbledon title tomorrow. But the first set, Matt, is what this match was all about.
It was, yes. Richard Gasquet came out and played very well. He took the ball a little bit earlier than usual, hit it very hard, especially that backhand down the line. He really took a page out of Stan Wawrinka's book in how to beat Novak Djokovic on different surfaces. Novak obviously won that first set, and I think it was crucial for Richard Gasquet more than for Novak Djokovic. I think for Gasquet, his chance went away after he lost that first set. But Novak Djokovic, he played okay, I thought. Not the best match in the championships, but it's not about playing your best tennis. It's only about winning. So maybe a little bit of a scare there for Djokovic. He had the trainer on the court for a couple of changeovers, massaging his left shoulder, but in general he looked pretty sharp, and he did play very well when he had to.
Yeah, he was asked about that shoulder and having some medical treatment during the match in his post-match press conference. He said it was simple. He just woke up with a stiff left shoulder yesterday. He received a bit of treatment in the changeovers. It wasn't really a medical timeout. It's nothing major that concerns him for the next match. All Djokovic fans will be pleased to know. And when asked about the match, commentating on that first set, he said it was really close, and he thought that Richard plays some really good tennis, especially from that backhand side, as you said, Mats, and it was difficult for Novak at times to play any kind of ball for his backhand side, because every shot he was going to hit were winners. I mean, when you're facing someone who's playing so well like that, Richard obviously had come through against Wawrinka the match before. You expect to see him try and avoid the backhand side, don't you? But it's not that easy. No,
it's not that easy, because that's how you play against most players. Even if their backhand is better, you tend to have your pattern, and most right-handers is to play mainly to your right-hander's backhand side, even if it's Stan Wawrinka or Richard Gasquet. But really what I think has happened is that Stan Wawrinka, I think he has shown the one-handed backhand players out there how you can disturb Djokovic, which is hit your backhand down the line to Djokovic's forehand. He's not expecting that shot. In fact, no one's really expecting a one-handed backhand to go down the line as much as Richard Gasquet did in that match. And I think Stan Wawrinka has done most players a bit of a favor here by showing everybody how to beat Djokovic in the French Open final.
Well, Novak Djokovic will now face Roger Federer in what will be their 40th meeting when they take on centre court for tomorrow's final. But first of all, Roger Federer had to come through Andy Murray, and he too did so in straight sets, 7-5, 7-5, 6-4, in a clash where really Roger just seemed to outclass the British number one.
He did. I think that's the best I've ever seen Roger Federer play, actually, on any surface. And I think he is better on grass in relation to his opponents than on other surfaces. But just unbelievable how well he was serving. And really, he had Murray on defense the whole time. Murray tried to step it up and be aggressive. And Andy Murray didn't play a bad match at all. He served okay. His second serve, though, looked a bit short, a little slow, but that's mainly because of Roger Federer. But Andy Murray came up with a few really good shots. He was fired up. He wasn't getting too aggravated, but Roger Federer's game is so solid. The serve is good. The backhand, I think, is better than before. He can hit that topspin backhand. He can hit the flat backhand as well. So just an unbelievable performance by Roger Federer, and very disappointing for Andy Murray. But I think this pain would go away pretty quickly, because what can you do when somebody plays that well? And it just happens to be the greatest male tennis player of all time that did it to him.
Well, he's 33 years of age. He even admitted he's not sure how many more opportunities he's going to get at this stage of a Grand Slam champion. And also agreeing with you, Mats, he admitted that was one of the best matches he thinks he's ever played in his career, which at his age is just remarkable. It's an amazing feeling, he said, when you come back from the match and everyone is so happy for you. He said as he walked off centre court yesterday, he heard the round of applause all the way through to the locker room, which is coming up inside past the royal box, and everyone was just stood there applauding him, which is the kind of reception you usually get once you've won a Wimbledon final. And that, of course, was just a Wimbledon semi-final. He's still got one more match to go. What was interesting yesterday as well was listening to the crowd, and actually it was not just a one partisan crowd. It wasn't an all Andy Murray crowd. It was much more half and half, split between Andy and Roger. I think Roger Federer is always such a popular figure here. He's globally beloved, and as he admitted in his press conference, you know, maybe some of his fans realizing he may not get a chance to do this many more times. Were you surprised by how the crowd was split yesterday?
I was a little bit, I have to say. I think it's a big difference though now rooting for Andy Murray to win another Wimbledon for basically himself. And yes, I guess Britain, but the first time he won, he hadn't won it before, so it's easier to pull for him. Now I think the crowd starts thinking, well, hold on, we really want to see Roger Federer win another Wimbledon, hoping that Andy Murray has another chance to win it, which he will if he keeps it up. Andy Murray works so hard. He's such a talented player, and Roger Federer is really setting the precedent by being this good at 33. Andy Murray has 5 more years to play before he gets to that age. So I think that the crowd they're just dying to see Federer win another Wimbledon.
And now going into the final, it is just one match left. Well, that is tomorrow. Today, it's all about the ladies. Yes, so it is all about the ladies. First up on centre court today, the final of the ladies' singles between Serena Williams, the world #1 and #1 seed here this year, takes on a lady who has never been in this position before. Yes, the 21-year-old 20th seed from Spain, Garbiñe Muguruza. They take to court at 2 p.m. They will be followed by the men's doubles, which Andy Murray might be out of these championships, but Jamie Murray isn't. He made his way to the final of a men's doubles at a Grand Slam for the first time with his partner John Peers. They will take on Jean-Julien Roger and Horia Tecau in that final. And following that, Martina Hingis is in one of the 2 doubles finals that she has reached this year. First of all, the ladies. She'll play her mixed doubles final tomorrow, but the final of the ladies doubles will be contested between Martina Hingis and Sania Mirza, and they will take on Ekaterina Makarova and Elena Vesnina. Well, for Serena Williams, it perhaps isn't that surprising that she's reached the final, but what about the journey that got her here?
You know, I always focus on the moment. You know, I don't live too far in the future, and I don't live in the past. I just live in the present.
Margarita Gasparian, 20 years old, from Moscow. And she, of course, is playing a 5-times champion at Wimbledon, the winner of 20 Grand Slam titles. Tough one to call. Match point. some force and bravado by Serena Williams. Looking for her 6th Wimbledon title here. And she needs to win 7 matches at Wimbledon this year to achieve that. And she's won the first one.
So Serena Williams and Timea Babos. But Serena Williams, #1 in every single sense.
Game, 7 match. Miss Williams.
5 times former champion Serena Williams at her most intimidating best.
They were definitely not easy wins, but I don't know if I'm playing. I hope I'm not playing my best. I'd like to believe I have a lot room to improve, and keep trying to do well. Yikes! I never like playing the Brits at home. That's going to be a really good match. So, you know what? I have nothing to lose. I'm just in this championships to have fun and hopefully have a good round.
Next up on centre, the American top seed, the world #1, Serena Williams. And her opponent today will not lack for support, the British #1, Heather Watson. That was tennis at its very, very best.
Really, I think she should have won the match at this point. She was up 2 breaks, and she just really gave her all and shows what a great player she is.
Great to see the sisters back together on centre court at Wimbledon. Absolutely great. Simply too strong. First time they've played here in 6 years, and we enjoyed it. We really did. There's no stopping Serena Williams.
It was really good for me to get it done in straight sets and just to put this behind me and just move forward.
An intriguing battle between 2 players who've met on 19 occasions. Serena has won 16, Azarenka's won 3.
I just really don't have anything to lose. I'm just going in there and just gonna try to win a match, and if I don't, there's always next time.
And I'm sure Maria Sharapova is watching with some trepidation. But Serena Williams is 1 point away from another semi-final. She's made it!
It was really fun out there. I found myself smiling at one point, and I saw Victoria smiling as well. So, it's such a great atmosphere to be out here and playing and doing the best that we can, and I think we both really enjoyed it. It's been a while, but she's been playing really well. I saw her match today, and, she's such a fighter, and it's always good to see her doing well. And we haven't played each other in Wimbledon in a while, but I look forward to it. I just really don't have anything to lose.
Well, welcome to centre court, and welcome to an eagerly anticipated match between these two. It is Serena Williams against Maria Sharapova, the #1 seed against the #4 seed. Match points. Oh, there it is. What style, what power from this great champion. And once more, Serena Williams is through to the Wimbledon final. Once more in this rivalry, Sharapova has to bend the knee to this great champion.
I think she played really well, and when she stepped up her game, I was able to step up mine as well. Yeah, it wasn't easy out there. It was interesting.
Quite a journey indeed, and it's not over yet for Serena Williams, who, if you take a look at this, has come through in straight sets, all but 2 occasions, one against Heather Watson in the 3rd round, when she was perhaps challenged her most so far these championships, and then pushed to 3 again by Victoria Azarenka in the quarterfinals, when she went through to then play Maria Sharapova. And today she will face Garbiñe Muguruza. I'm not sure if you're picking her to come through or not, Matt, so I would imagine she is your favourite as she is on paper, but if so, how many sets do you expect to see in this final?
I think it's going to be a very close match. I mean, I think anyone who says that Serena is not going to win is most probably hoping rather than being logical. I think Serena is, of course, the favorite, but I think it'll be tough. I think Garbiñe Muguruza, I mean, I think if you go back and look at their head-to-head, at some point, Muguruza won 3 sets in a row. 2 sets at the French Open, 6-2, 6-2. And then at the Australian Open, she won the first set 6-2. And then, of course, lost 3-2. But when she plays well, she is as good as Serena Williams. The problem for Muguruza is she can't most probably keep that level up the whole time through a whole match. But she has a big serve, so she's not going to be too intimidated in that department. She's got most probably a better forehand than Serena Williams, and then the backhand being a slight weakness compared to the Serena Williams backhand. But then, of course, 20 Grand Slam titles is also going to give Williams a lot of confidence. So I think Serena goes through, but it's going to be a close match, I have a feeling.
3 sets?
I do think it's 3 sets. And I don't know when Muguruza is going to play better than Serena, but once she starts playing better, I expect that to last for anywhere between half an hour and maybe an hour. And that could be enough for her to win a set, maybe be up a break, maybe take the second set, go up a break in the third. So I think it'll be close, and there will be some moments in there when the match is really on edge.
Okay, well, as Matt mentioned, they did face each other at the Australian Open earlier this year. It was the 4th round, and Muguruza was able to push Serena to 3 sets then. This today, though, is a very different story. It's a final, and it's on grass, and Serena Williams is already here practicing and preparing for today, as Rob Walker reports.
Well, for the very last time at this year's Wimbledon, the player many people regard as the greatest female talent ever to pick up a tennis racket is knocking up behind me. It's a familiar routine when you're into your 25th Grand Slam final. Serena Williams aiming for title number 21 to take her just 1 win away from tying Steffi Graf. And of course, it would complete the non-calendar slam for the 2nd time in her career. It's an extraordinary record from an extraordinary talent. She had that wobble against Heather Watson in the 3rd round when she was 2 points away from going out. But here she is in the hunt and favourite for a 6th Wimbledon title. She has been absolutely brilliant over the last year or so. But if there is one question mark over this match with Garbiñe Muguruza, it is the fact that the Spaniard beat Serena in quite convincing fashion in the 2nd round of the French Open last year. Although, of course, we have to put that into the context that Serena beat today's opponent twice in the Australian Open. But she will start the match absolutely favourite. She's on familiar territory. She's been there so many times before. It's her 8th final here, twice finishing as runner-up. And the year spread of her titles is absolutely incredible if she does win. Her first crown here came in 2002. So if she wins today, the gap between her first and last titles, or most recent, would be 13 years. Even Navratilova's spread was over 12 years. Serena has been hammering the backhands and forehands from behind the baseline. Little apology there from her knocking partner at the other end of show court number 5. It's absolutely packed here, as you'd expect. A huge sense of anticipation. Many people believe the match will be quite one-sided. But even if it is, people want to say that they were here, if not on centre court, then around the complex, to watch arguably the greatest female player in history add another title to her rich list of achievements. An Olympic champion in singles and doubles. She's won every major title so many times. Just a little look of consternation there as she puts one of her practice shots into the net. She looks a little less than satisfied with her efforts so far. But the big question with this match will be on whether Muguruza will fold under the pressure or whether she'll thrive, starting as the rank outsider for her first title. But Serena Williams closing in on that non-calendar slam. She's the reigning French Open champion. She's the reigning US Open champion. She's the reigning Australian Open champion. There's one more to add to the collection, and the Williams family believe that will happen today. It's an extraordinary record. She's an amazing talent. Can she deliver once again on centre court, as she has done on 5 previous finals? Many people believe she can. We could be about to witness another slice of tennis history.
Thanks, Rob. Well, interestingly enough, Serena Williams, when asked in her press conference, said that she's in a position where she doesn't need to win another Wimbledon. One thing that really struck me in her road to the final video we just showed you was her saying she doesn't have anything to lose. She, of course, wouldn't be happy, but she doesn't need another Wimbledon title or another US Open title, and she looks at it as having more fun now. She said getting to 18, which was, of course, the previous marker for her to try and equal some great success, was very stressful. It was fun, but she was so stressed out. I think she seems to have learned so much from that match, doesn't she? That of course she'd like to achieve these historic things, but there is no point stressing herself out like she did, because it took her longer than it could have to get to 18.
Yes, I think so, but I think the way she did it, I think would have given her a lot of confidence, because if we do remember her Wimbledon here last year, losing to Alize Cornet in not a good match, and then that strange doubles that she had to pull out of after the warm-up, after the couple of games, I should say, with her sister. And then she went on the rampage and went to America, and she only lost one match throughout the whole hardcourt season, and of course won the US Open and equaled Martina Navratilova and Chris Evert. So the pressure was on, and she delivered. And now suddenly she's added 2 more Grand Slams. So I think she's actually, I mean, a lot of players say that, but I think she means it. I don't think that it's that important to her at this moment. I would think that when she's put the rackets on the shelf and she's done with her professional tennis, it would most probably be nice to be recognized as the greatest female professional tennis player ever. But Margaret Court is out there. Granted, she didn't win all hers in an open era, but she still has 24 Grand Slams, and what if she can reach that as well? Then she put everybody to everything to rest. But I think she handles the pressure so well, and she is able to put everything aside and just play her opponent.
Well, what about her opponent today? Garbiñe Muguruza, as we know, beat her in the French Open last year, and in Serena's words, that was an eye-opening loss. She said some losses you're angry about and some you learn from. That one she learned the most from in a long time. She said she got so much better after losing to Garbiñe. It was a few months later that she did start seeing the results. So it was obviously a very key moment for her in her career to keep improving and keep getting better after what she called a very eye-opening loss to Garbiñe last year, and as a result she is going to be far more improved than the lady that Garbiñe was used to on the clay last year.
I think she is improved, that's for sure. But it did take a little while, because she did lose here at Wimbledon as well to, of course, Alize Cornet, and then she made a comeback at the US Open. I think they played 3 sets at the Australian Open. I think that's a confidence boost for Garbiñe Muguruza. Obviously, Serena is saying that she's a better player because of it, but Muguruza is also a better player than she was at last year's French Open. A much better player, I should say, and I don't feel that Garbiñe Muguruza is afraid of playing a Wimbledon's final. I think she wanted to play Serena Williams if she got to a Wimbledon final, and she has her wish.
Well, and that's what happens when a champion, a 5-time champion like Serena Williams, tries to walk off an outdoor practice court and back into the locker room. It's very tight walkways between these courts here at Wimbledon, very unique compared to the other championships. Just look at these crowds adorn the ground, trying to get a glimpse, a photo, a quick word with Serena, but she has a lot of security staff with her there, walking her straight into that room that will guide her up into the locker rooms. And what will she do now, Mats, between the end of that practice session before coming out on court at 2 p.m? What would typically have been your moves, I suppose?
But yeah, I would think that she is going to do a little stretching. Obviously get ready, dressed up for the final, most probably get dressed up for the final straight away, and then go up and have something to eat, not too much, but have some sort of a light lunch, I guess, and then relax for a little bit, and then most probably about half an hour before start moving around and really start, I don't know, put the headphones, listen to music. I think she would have a meeting with her coach, Patrick Mouratoglou, somewhere, you know, about 45 minutes, half an hour before the match. So about now, you would think that they're going to be sitting talking somewhere, obviously not in the ladies' locker room because he's not allowed in there. And then you start warming up with your fitness trainer, and then the last thing I think you do is you start focusing the last sort of 5-10 minutes before the match.
And what typically would you have as a pre-Grand Slam final meal?
It depends on the time that it was played. Usually they're about the same time. It depends on, I remember practicing once at the French Open just before my final. Steffi Graf was playing the finals before, and it was one of the few Grand Slam finals where it was won by 6-love, 6-love. She beat a Russian lady, I'm not going to say the name because Natasha Zvereva, there you go, but okay. 6-love, 6-love, great for her to get to the final, but she got demolished. And I was practicing at the same time, and I was on right after because it had rained the day before. So that was one time. Another time I warmed up with Stefan Edberg at the Australian Open, and we played in the finals because we're the only two guys left. So it all changes. I think the players today are most probably more into their daily routine, and especially the best players in the world. I think they're more business-like than we were in the 80s.
Okay, well, we've seen Serena Williams' road to the final. What about that for Garbiñe Muguruza?
The experience helps you, but in this type of rounds, I think everybody's so nervous and everybody wants to win so much. So you just have to fight against this and find your way to achieve the final or, win.
Game, set a match, Miss Muguruza.
Match that was, particularly the first set.
Very intense, I think is the word, because very long match, good rallies, amazing points. We were fighting like crazy, both players. And yeah, intense.
So you'll go a long way to see anything as good as that from the young Spaniard who has such a future. More immediately can contemplate a place in the second week of Wimbledon.
I just finished now. I will concentrate, I think, tomorrow against Wozniacki, but it's going to be another tough match. She's playing good. I saw her playing some points, and yeah.
Garbiñe Muguruza has a match point over the number 5 seed.
Oh!
What a way to finish.
Well, it means a lot because I didn't play a lot of matches in grass, so I didn't know how to, kind of prepare Wimbledon, because I think it's like the third time I play. So for me, it was something new, and that's why it's special. I don't know. I think it's going to be another tough match. I know how she plays. She's very intelligent. So just try to play like today.
That'll do it. Joy for Muguruza. She's become the first Spanish woman to make the Wimbledon semi-finals since Arantxa Sanchez Vicario 18 years ago.
Amazing. I'm so happy. It was a very tough match, so really excited. Surprised that my first semi-finals is in grass, but I think I'm playing really good. I think the surface helps me, so yeah.
So the first semi-final in the ladies singles. And what a day it is. This match, a classic contrast between power and guile. She's there! How about that? What a breath of fresh air she is. There is a changing of the guard, but this is the real deal. Garbiñe Muguruza in the Wimbledon final.
Happy I worked all my life to achieve this moment, so, it's going to be a dream. I am in the final of Wimbledon, but, I really want to win this tournament, so get concentrated to the next one.
She does really want to win this tournament, and who wouldn't? She has had three set matches, 3 2-set matches en route to beating some very highly seeded players. Angelique Kerber, really the turning moment for her in this year's championship. She was able to come through in 3, beating Caroline Wozniacki in straight sets, 6-4, 6-4 in the 4th round, and then straight through against Timea Basinski in the quarterfinals, and of course a 3-setter again against Radwanska in the semi-finals. I think we're seeing a new tennis hero, aren't we, from Spain? And she's very vocal, Matt, about the fact that she was born in Venezuela. She isn't just Spanish. She likes to represent both the countries, and she has definitely attracted a whole army of fans so far in this year's championships, as we see her make her way from the building of the locker rooms to her practice on the outside courts. And we spoke about this the other day. She really has to have her blinkers on at this stage, because there's a lot of distractions that can come just with this simple walk, trying to get down and out to the outside courts without being disturbed too much.
Yeah, I mean, but it is quite a big difference there compared to Serena, because I don't see any security around her. She's walking freely with her coach and her fitness trainer, but might be different when she leaves the court later. I think the interesting thing when you look at the way they've gotten to the finals, she's beaten some very big names, Muguruza, Angelique Kerber, Caroline Wozniacki, Agnieszka Radwanska, of course, Baczynski, semifinals of Roland Garros. But they're all sort of crafty players that keep the ball in play. I just hope she's ready for the fireworks that Serena Williams has on display, because that serve is coming way faster than theirs. All the ground strokes are coming way faster as well. So hopefully she tells her hitting partner to step on it a little bit so that she gets used to the pace, because Serena Williams is going to try and intimidate her with her power off of both sides and with the serve.
It is really interesting, that, Matt. Actually, she is keeping her head down a bit, but she's really not being disturbed at all on that walkway. She has absolutely no security with her, and that, I think, in glaring daylight, is the obvious difference between these two. One is a 5-time champion here, the #1 ladies player, and one of the best athletes in the world, and perhaps that the ladies tennis game has ever seen. And here is this relative unknown, Garbiñe Muguruza, making it through to her first ever Grand Slam final, trying to do the impossible today. And it is interesting to know that they've made the decision, I think probably quite a tough one, but her parents wanted to come over from Spain and watch her play, and she said, no, please don't. I don't want to change anything about my routine ahead of this final. Although she says she's not superstitious, I think one of her biggest tactics going into this is not to overthink it and just to treat it like any other match. Would you think that's quite good advice?
I think it's great advice. I don't think she should change anything and just play it as she's playing Serena Williams. But I say enjoy the walk, Garbiñe, because that's most probably the last time you're going to be walking through the crowd with no security. And hopefully, on the other hand, it's not the last time she carries her own racket bag. I think to keep her grounded is the most important job that the coach has right now, because she's going to be a huge star no matter what happens today. She has arrived, and she's going to be very well liked around the world because of her behavior on the court, because of the game she plays, and because of the way she treats the media as well. She's really good for the women's game.
Well, another thing that might change on the back of this final is how she's welcomed on tour as well. She spoke a bit in her past round press conferences this week about feeling lonely on tour, and that being one of the things she's really had to struggle with, getting used to the loneliness of life on a professional tour. I mean, it's difficult, I suppose, as a young athlete coming through, depending on how big a team you have with you and how friendly you get with other athletes. Do you expect that to change, or with more success, can you sometimes feel lonelier out there?
I think you can feel lonely, and I really hope she gets friendly with all the other athletes, because she's going to spend the next 10, maybe 12 years on tour. We do know that Caroline Wozniacki and Agnieszka Radwanska, for example, are really, really close friends. I've heard that Angelique Kerber is pretty much friends with everybody. So I think it's important, because you don't always want to just practice with a hitting partner. You want to be able to practice with the other players. I would think you want to go out and have dinners with the other players, and all the players' parties, sponsor parties, where the other players are. But you want to be friendly with them. And I don't think that trying to be isolated has any bearing on if you're going to win matches or not. I don't believe in that for 1 second. This is your life, and you better get used to embracing everything that comes with it, which means like your opponents as people, and then dislike them as tennis players. But really, they're all in it together on the WTA tour.
Okay, well, many of the spectators here today may have been unaware that Garbiñe Muguruza was making her way to an outdoor practice court, but our reporter Adam Hunt wasn't. He was there.
Well, while Serena Williams is into her 25th Grand Slam final, the lady beneath us is getting ready for her first. The Spaniard Garbine Muguruza, a few hours away from taking on Serena Williams in the Wimbledon final, her first Grand Slam final. She's just here out on court number 8, one of the match courts here at the All England Club, adding the finishing touches to her game before the biggest match of her career so far. She's shown so far in this tournament and in this year so far that she has that big game. She has a fearless nature that's carried her through to the final, and she'll hope it can take her one step further to her first Grand Slam title. We've been watching her for a few minutes now. She's just hitting with her regular hitting partner, Nikki Rowan, practicing her returns at the moment. She's flanked by her coach, Alejo Mancisidor, who's been working with her for a little while now. And what a partnership they've formulated. She prepares for this match, the fourth meeting between Williams and Muguruza. Williams leads the head-to-head 2-1, but Muguruza will have to draw as much confidence as she can from the fact that she has beaten Serena Williams once before, and it was a comfortable victory on the clay at Roland Garros last year. In the second round, it was an upset at the time. 6-2, 6-2 in 64 minutes. She beat Serena Williams. The other two meetings have come on the hard courts in Melbourne at the Australian Open. Earlier this year in January, she lost to Williams in the round of 16, 2-6, 6-3, 6-2. Although that final set was much closer than the score suggests. And the first time they met was at the Australian Open back in 2013. Serena winning very comfortably 6-2, 6-love. Must remember that this is only Muguruza's fourth appearance at Wimbledon. She lost in the qualifying back in 2012, was then in the main draw in 2013, losing in the second round, and she lost in the first round here last year. So it really is remarkable that she's managed to come all the way through to the final, having really not produced her best tennis on the grass courts at the All England Club previously. Just 21 years of age, she's ranked 20 in the world, although that will go shooting up regardless of the result. And if Frank, the cameraman, just pushes out a little bit, you can see not too far away, down on match court number 5, Serena Williams is practicing there with her coach, Patrick Muratoglu. Large crowd. So this is a real treat for the fans here who may only have a ground pass, so they won't be inside centre court to watch this great match. They'll probably be on Henman Hill watching the big screen later, but they're here in their thousands to just watch these two warming up. Barely a few yards away from each other. And then further into the distance is that magnificent arena, the most famous court in tennis, centre court, at 2 o'clock. Garbine Muguruza will stride out onto the beautiful grass courts for her first Grand Slam final.
So both ladies have been preparing for these afternoon's singles final. We are just a few minutes away, but as we reflect on these pictures from Garbine Muguruza earlier this morning, we must point out this is not live. This was early this morning when they both took to the outdoor practice courts. It's noticeable, Mats, that she's working on returning the serve, which is going to be one of the toughest things today against Serena.
Yes, it is. It's going to be a different... Obviously, she has played her 3 times, but still, she hasn't faced a big server in these championships, and that's going to be interesting because Serena's serve shoots through the court in a different way. She can ace it down the middle. She can ace out wide with a lot of side spin, her kick serve, her second kick serve has a little bit of top spin, is going to kick up much higher than the one of Agnieszka Radwanska. So a completely different match. In fact, you can call this match the complete opposite of the last 4 matches she has played getting to the final, starting with Angelique Kerber, Wozniacki, Baczynski and Radwanska. I mean, they're all the same kind of players. So this is a very, very difficult match in that way. But I think she's going to handle herself well because we haven't seen, but that forehand is very, very potent and maybe one of the best forehands in the women's game at the moment.
Well, we've been talking about Serena's serve. She's served up to speeds of 123 miles per hour so far these championships, with 68 aces in total. Now, Muguruza's serve's not to be overlooked. Her fastest has been about 110 miles per hour, but just the 27 aces. So we can see she's really practicing here. She's in a bit more of a knock-up now, but just doesn't want to be constantly aced by the world number one, and wants to put on a very good match today. Well, she was, of course, asked in her pre-final press conference as well about the prospect of playing a final here at Wimbledon. She said, "It's weird. When I was 8, I was dreaming, and now just 11 years after, it's happening." It's quite remarkable how quickly this has happened for her. She said also that Serena's always been an inspiration to her. When she was watching TV when she was younger, she watched her play in the finals. Of course, she was the world number one then as well. Well, she can't be an inspiration to her today. She needs to go out and try and beat her. And earlier on, Mats and I went out with IBM to preview today's ladies' singles final. Welcome to IBM's Tennis Insights with myself, Cara Robinson, and 7-time Grand Slam champion Mats Wilander. Today we're going to preview the ladies' singles final between Spain's Garbiñe Muguruza and American Serena Williams. Now, IBM's insights indicate that the Spaniard could possess all the tools and the tactics she needs to win her first major title against a 20-time Grand Slam champion. And Mats, they have played each other before. Muguruza has beaten Serena before, so she should be taking some confidence into this one.
Well, I think she's going to take a lot of confidence. She beat Serena in last year's French Open on the Philippe Chatrier court, so she's used to playing on big courts. And she said after her semi-final win that if she's going to win a Grand Slam title, she would like to play Serena Williams in the final. So she's unafraid.
OK, well, let's look at our first insight from IBM, which is returns in play. Muguruza will be looking to neutralise Serena's serve if she can simply get it back and extend the rally. The Spaniard has performed exceptionally well when facing serves so far in the championships, returning 80% of serves face, which is 9% more than Serena and 7% above the tournament average. She's outperformed Williams in the run to the final based on these figures. But do you think, Mats, she can repeat these impressive numbers in the final?
Well, I mean, she's very tall. She's got great reach. She's got good feel. She returns well off of both the forehand and the backhand. But at the same time, she hasn't really faced a big serve in these championships yet. So it'll be important for her to get the return back in play. But I think these numbers are not going to be as good against Serena.
Well, talking of Williams, that's our next insight from IBM. The fact that Serena will be seeking short rallies. Yes, she's one of the biggest exponents of first strike tennis, seeking to use her power for shorter rallies before they blossom into longer points. As we can see from the numbers, she's played 256 more of these shorter points compared to her younger opponent. And in quick points lasting 4 shots or less, she's won 57% of those exchanges compared to Muguruza's 50. So will this be an era where Serena's aim is to successfully end those points before they blossom into a long rally?
I think so, because Muguruza is really a clay court specialist. She's obviously grown up in Venezuela and Spain, and she likes to prolong the rallies. And I think Serena Williams is going to try and intimidate Muguruza a little bit by hitting really hard as soon as she has a chance.
Well, our final insight is looking at forehand and backhand winners, and the Muguruza forehand has the potential to be the most dominant shot on the court. She's actually had the most number of ground stroke winners either side of the net. As we can see from IBM's data, she's hit and won 56% of her ground stroke winners off the forehand side compared to 44% from her backhand, while there's a much more even split from Williams, with 51% of her winners coming from the forehand and 49% the backhand. So Muguruza's forehand is undoubtedly one of the most impressive aspects of her game, but will it be enough to neutralise Williams's power and win her enough points to secure a victory?
Well, I think it's going to be a big reason why Muguruza has a good chance to win this match, because it's slightly different. Most women actually have a better backhand than a forehand, and I think Serena Williams likes to target the forehand on her opponent, and I think Muguruza, she defends well. She can hit her forehand cross court, she can hit it down the line, she can hit it with a little bit of topspin, and she can flatten it out and hit a lot of winners with it. I think it's going to be a very close match, and Garbiñe Muguruza has a big first serve, so she can equalize Serena Williams' serve as well.
Well, it's a first final for one of them and yet another final appearance for another. Spain's Garbiñe Muguruza takes on Serena Williams in the final of the 2015 ladies singles. We'll be back with more IBM Tennis Insights tomorrow.
Well, this is it as far as the Ladies' Championship is concerned. We've had 6 sensational rounds, but now it's time for the final. Serena Williams against Garbine Muguruza. The 21-year-old Spaniard's been brilliant getting through to this final. Craig O'Shannessy, our expert analyst, is here to give us his thoughts. Now, of course, Serena's going to start this one as the overwhelming favourite, but if there's a glimmer of hope for Muguruza, it's that she beat Serena and beat her convincingly last year at the French Open. So she's got a chance.
Yeah, she definitely has a chance. I've gone through the numbers here at Wimbledon this year, and I see 3 potential problem areas for Muguruza going into this final. 2 areas to start with. She's below the tournament average, and you wouldn't imagine that you can reach a Wimbledon final and be below the tournament average in anything. But the first one here is unreturned first serves. So Serena's at 58%. So basically 6 out of 10 serves don't come back. The tournament average is 31%, and Muguruza is at 30%. So, you know, she's not going to get many free points on a serve. The second area is second serve points won. Serena's at 55%, tournament average 46%, Muguruza 44%. So that's a very difficult area to not be good at. Second serves, you know, is a real key to holding serve. Serena's going to be standing inside the baseline. She's going to be hammering that, and you know, Muguruza's got to do well in that area. The third spot where the problems may occur is in rally length, and it's something that really leapt off the stat sheet. In long rallies of 9+ shots, Muguruza's -5 for the tournament, Serena's -4, so neither has an advantage there. Medium length rallies, Muguruza's at +25, Serena's at +16, so fairly even. It's the short rallies where the separation occurs. Muguruza is only +3 in rallies that go from 0 to 4. Serena is +93.
Wow.
Nothing else on the stat sheet separates like that. So Serena is definitely going to be trying to keep points short, big serves, big returns, attacking the second serve. Muguruza, in order to do well in this final, has got to extend the rally, get it a little bit longer into that 5 through 8 range, and especially with a forehand. Her forehand numbers are good. If she can hit more forehands in that area, she's a chance.
Okay, and the other area that will be fascinating will be to see her demeanour when she comes on court. She's been great value for this run to the final. It hasn't happened by accident. She had a wobble in the semi-final and then recovered. But are we looking at a similar tactic to that which was employed by Andy Murray yesterday? Unsuccessfully, okay, but Murray had to be as aggressive as possible against Federer, and he did have a go. Is that the same here for Muguruza? Is the only way for her to win to come out and stand toe-to-toe with Serena and go, you're going to hit it, you're going to try and win it in 3 points, and so am I. I'm not going to be afraid of you.
Well, there's 2 ways. There's what Heather Watson did earlier in the tournament, and she extended rallies. She went off pace, she hit a lot of slice, and then she attacked. So that's certainly one way, but it's not the primary pattern for Muguruza in this final. She does, you know, she's a tall girl, she's an athletic girl, she's a strong girl. She needs to stand up there, serve well, bang the return, and kind of steal that 0 through 4 rally length away from Serena. And, you know, you've got to attack, because letting Serena attack you all day long it never works.
Okay, you follow the tennis tour all through the year. You're one of the most knowledgeable guys on the circuit. Put into context for us, from your own opinion, what this achievement would be for Serena Williams to complete the non-calendar slam for only the second time in her decade-plus long career.
Yes, I rate her definitely as the greatest women's tennis player of all time. I come from a town called Albury in Australia, where Margaret Court is from, the exact same club. You know, Margaret's number of Grand Slams are, you know, way up there, but what Serena can do on the court in taking the racket out of the opponent's hand with her raw power has never been done.
Well, we're all set for a truly historic afternoon. Let's hope Garbine Muguruza turns it into a fantastic contest. Craig's looking forward to it, so am I, and so's everybody else around this complex. It's finals day here at Wimbledon. There is no better place to be.
Always appreciate Craig's insight. Thanks, Rob. Well, for Serena Williams, she's going for her 21st Grand Slam title. For Garbine Muguruza, this is only her 21st ever match she's played on grass. There's quite a difference between the two of them. Let's see what they had to say to the world's media ahead of today's final.
Yeah, well, it's definitely not an easy matchup. She actually has a win against me, and We had a tough match the last time we played, so, and she's given me problems in the past, so this time I have to just, go in it, like have fun and do the best that I can, and just try to stay positive and stay focused.
She was like kind of an inspiration for me, because when I was watching the TV, I was seeing her play the finals, and she was #1. So it's one of those women that you want to, learn how she plays and try to, see what you can do to play like her.
She's been on the stage a little bit. I mean, she's done well at the French Open a few times. She's played really big there. I don't think she's intimidated at all. She's not that kind of person, so she'll be fine.
To her, she knows that I can, win against her. That I'm not afraid. And I don't think she's really used to this. Serena, she doesn't lose so many matches in the year, so I think it's important.
I mean, she has Wimbledon to lose. I think we both have Wimbledon to lose, so I think that's something to lose. And she's beaten me before, so she knows how to win and she knows what to do. So it's a different situation, and so I think it puts her in a unique position where she has an opportunity to become Wimbledon champ.
She's world #1 for something, and she shows every year that she's the #1, and she's the toughest player, and it's gonna be the hardest challenge.
Because I've been here, I've been in the stage, I've won so many Grand Slam titles, and I'm at a position where I don't need to win another Wimbledon. I can lose tomorrow, and sure I won't be happy, but I don't need another Wimbledon title. I don't need another U.S. Open. I don't need any more titles to make it. So every time I step out on the court, the practice court, the match court, I do look at it as a more fun time, because it's not as much stressful as it was. Like getting to 18 was super stressful for me. It was fun, but it was like I was so stressed out. And then after that, I've just been really enjoying myself.
I want to enjoy it because it's a very special moment, and yes, I want to win tomorrow. I feel like it's like something. You think you can? Yes, I really think I can win. I mean, I think I'm playing good. It's true that it's a very difficult match, but I think I have to believe that I can do it. I have my options.
Believe me, if you won 5 Wimbledons, you would be smiling.
Well, we're here with Marta Mateo, who's a Spanish journalist from the newspaper La Vanguardia. Obviously, we know that you'll be supporting Garbine Muguruza. Can she do it today?
I think she can. She has all the goods. She doesn't have any fear. She loves big stages, but obviously she has in front of her one of the greatest of all time.
And how much has her success really ignited Spanish people back home? Because they must have been supporting her, because it's quite unexpected that she's in the final.
Well, it's unexpected because she lost in the first round last year, and everybody loves her. She's like so kind, very like bubbly. She smiles all the time, and I think she's going to be supported a lot because we needed some kind of a moment for women's tennis. So I think she's going to be really supported down there.
She's quite a likeable character. She's very bubbly in her press conferences. She's quite sincere as well. People think she's always telling the truth. So do the fans, do you think, back home and the fans that have come here to watch her, they connect with that?
I think they're going to connect with that, and they're going to connect with the fact that she is not afraid of just fighting out there. I really hope that the nerves don't drive her mad, and she's going to be as she was like Aga Radwanska. But obviously it's going to be undiscovered territory for her, so we have to see how it's going to deal with that. But I think that everybody will love her because, she has the movements on court. She loves to be supported, and she just loves to be around the big stages.
A lot of Spanish people live here in London. She's been well supported. Have you noticed that a lot of people have been getting behind her here?
Well, the thing is that she is staying in the village and she's in a house with her team, so I don't know if she's kind of sensing it, but I'm pretty sure that she will sense it today.
She's quite a natural in front of the camera and everything she has to do off court. She doesn't seem daunted by it. When we see some young players, it's difficult for them to get used to having to do interviews and the focus on them. Where do you think that comes from?
I think because she loves what she does, and because she's sincere when she does the things and she speaks and everything. I think that she's not playing a character, and because of that she's so natural that people kind of feel related to her.
You mentioned it previously that Spanish women's tennis have really been crying out for a great grass court player. It's been such a long time since we've had a Spanish lady in the final here at Wimbledon. Do you think she can really bridge that gap, that she'll go on and make many more finals here?
I think she will, and I think she has a big advantage here because Carla Suarez Navarro is doing a great year as well. She missed like big stages, like big tournaments, like Roland Garros losing pretty early, Australian Open losing pretty early as well, and here as well. But I think that Carla and Garbiñe having this like amazing competitive spirit together, playing doubles as well together, and that makes them like trying to be better. And I think that Garbiñe it's going to be probably the not typical Spanish one, and Carla will be the typical Spanish one.
And she's going to have to draw as much confidence as she can from that performance against Serena at Roland Garros last year, because she beat her pretty handily in that match. Do you think that's going to help her, or this is a different court, a different stage, a different surface?
Even if it's a different surface, she knows that she can beat Serena, and that's a huge advantage for her. Because if you come to like this center court, which is amazing, and you just come against someone who is one of the greatest, probably the greatest of all time, you need to feel that you can beat her. And because she did it last year in a big center, well, it wasn't center court, it was Susan Lenglen, but she beat that Serena down in Paris. I think that she has at the back of her mind that she can do it.
Okay, thanks, Marta. Well, enjoy the final. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm joined by American journalist Nick McCarville. We're previewing the women's final. Can you see anything other than a comfortable victory for Serena here?
Yeah, I really can. I mean, you know, Serena obviously is the favorite. Serena has done this before. Garbiñe hasn't. But Muguruza has come through this tournament and she's been very strong. She's someone who has beaten top players throughout this tournament. And what I love about Garbiñe is that she said in press that she wants to play Serena. She wants to be in the final. She wants this occasion. And that's gutsy to say. It's just a matter of her, you know, really applying that on the court.
What have you made of Serena's route through so far? She has had a couple of tricky matches, particularly that one against Heather Watson. What would you give her out of 10?
Gosh, I think she gave herself a 7 so far. I would give her an 8 or a 9. I mean, Heather, Venus, Victoria Azarenka, Maria Sharapova, that's also a very tough route for Serena to go through. She works her way into tournaments, and she's done that at this tournament. I think for Serena, it's one match at a time. It's 1 point at a time. It's one ball at a time, and she's done that very well here.
And would you agree that Serena actually quite likes the tricky routes through? Often when we've seen her come unstuck, it's against the lower ranked players. She's better when she plays the good ones.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't think any tennis player would say that they want things to be extra sticky, but I think for Serena, that challenge makes her boost her level just, you know, another notch. And she's been able to do that. I think Heather was 2 points away from victory, and she really came through that match, and it helped her the rest of the tournament. I mean, that match against Victoria Azarenka was otherworldly, the way that she raised her level, and we saw that against Sharapova in the semis.
And how do you think Serena would attempt to explain away that loss, the 2-2 loss at Roland Garros? Where did that come from?
Well, you know, that was a tough match for Serena, but I also think you look at the way Garbiñe plays. She plays straight up the middle, she hits a really hard ball, and she can get Serena on her back foot with her power. Not a lot of women can do that, and Garbiñe can, and that's what she did in Paris. Serena didn't play particularly bad in that match, and that match always gets called out because Garbiñe won that match, but Garbiñe led her by a set and a good number of games in the Australian Open this year as well. So this girl can play against Serena. It'll just be about the occasion in the final.
Clearly the start of the match is going to be very important. Yeah. Garbiñe is going to be feeling the nerves. We know that. Serena, she's going to want to get off to a quick start, get a break early.
Yeah, you know, everyone says out of the gates is very important, and I think so too, but I also don't think the way that Garbiñe came back from those 6 games lost against Radwanska, I think that, sure, even if she gets down 4-0 or what have you, as long as she gets settled at some point, she's someone that can play from behind. Serena with a lead, she's harder to beat, but I don't see this being straightforward for Serena whatsoever.
Serena's never been one to shy away of the achievements that she's made in the game, so many great achievements. Do you think she's even thinking about doing the Serena Slam again, or is that just something in the back of her mind?
Well, we've taken to asking her the most creative questions about the Serena Slam as possible, because she hit the mute button on the topic in press with us in the 3rd round after she beat Heather. And by all means, you know, she deserves that. It's Serena, the way that she's approached, as I said, she wants to do one thing at a time, and she doesn't want to think think about 21 majors, the Serena Slam, the Grand Slam. She just wants to win this match, and that helps her in the moment.
Okay, Nick, thanks for joining us here on Live at Wimbledon.
She's the global star whose game is the greatest.
Against the fresh new face for the final weekend.
Serena's bidding for history, a 21st major title.
Garbiñe's in uncharted territory in this, her 21st year.
From humble beginnings, she's conquered the world and even her sister.
From Venezuela via Spain, it's been quite a journey. Two proud nations, united in hope.
6 rounds completed, just 2 sets conceded. The wobble against Watson, the closest call so far.
4 big names have fallen to this girl's newfound form, and the top 10 beckons for the very first time.
Serena's already won everything several times over, but to hold all 4 at once would be something to savour.
There's nothing to lose in Garbiñe's first major final, and last year's flourish in France will give her belief that she can stifle Serena again.
So here goes Serena on the verge once more. If it follows the form book, she should win it in 2.
But Wimbledon finals so often deliver unscripted drama.
Whoever holds nerve and serve
will write another chapter in championship history.
So here we go then, the final of the ladies singles for Wimbledon 2015. Serena Williams leading the way. She's picked up her bouquet of flowers. She's been here so many times before. Her 8th Wimbledon final, her 25th Grand Slam final, and behind her Garbiñe Muguruza, who's never been past the second round at Wimbledon before, in her first ever Grand Slam final. And here they are, making their way out onto centre court. And Mats Wilander, this is such a special occasion, isn't it? There is so much riding on this particular match. I guess more importantly for Serena Williams, but of course for both of them as well.
Yeah, well, actually, I think a lot of people think it's more important for Serena Williams because she's trying to catch Steffi Graf with 20 to 22 Grand Slam titles. Serena, of course, has 20. She's going for the Serena Slam, which she's done before. The calendar Grand Slam she hasn't done. But then you turn it around and look the other way and say, no, it is way more important for Garbiñe Muguruza because she's in her first Wimbledon final and she might not ever get there again. And she needs to win a Grand Slam at some point in her career with that kind of game, having beaten Serena Williams 6-2, 6-2 at the French Open. Everyone expects her to win the Grand Slam at some point, so this is a huge moment for her. Whereas Serena Williams, she's been really good though at talking this down. Like, it's not that big a deal for me. Nothing to lose, everything to win, which I guess it's a logical way to look at it, but very hard to actually be sincere when you say it.
Yeah, absolutely. She's almost made a joke about it, hasn't she? And for Garbiñe Muguruza, do you think it's almost a case of the biggest opponent out here today, not only is Serena Williams, but the occasion?
I think it's the occasion it's different. You walk on with flowers, bouquet of flowers in your hand. I don't know, you know that there's no other matches going on at the same time. There are no other women. You're going to go home tomorrow no matter what, because I'm assuming Garbiñe Muguruza might have rebooked her flight the whole way through, whereas Serena most probably booked her flight to leave on Monday after the championship is finished. But Muguruza, I think it's all a surprise to her. Waiting for her to sort of crack into a nervous smile, Garbiñe Muguruza, but hopefully she doesn't.
Well, I know that Marion Bartley was out watching her warm-up yesterday, actually, and she said that compared to the day before, when she'd been all smiles and kind of relaxed in her face, the practice session yesterday, which was obviously very geared towards building her up to play this match against Serena Williams, there was a lot of tension on the court, as you would expect. Well, this is a very nervous moment, of course, the coin toss.
It's tails, Serena.
So,
you'll serve.
Here we go.
Okay, and we can just ask
it's
for some
been
photos.
won by Serena Williams, who chose tails, and she has, as always, elected to serve, which is no surprise whatsoever, having served 68 aces during the course of the championships, which is more than both Novak Djokovic and Roger Federer. And bearing in mind they're playing best of 5 sets, and she's been playing best of 3, that is quite a phenomenal stat.
Unbelievable serve, I mean, really. And then she doesn't throw in too many double faults either. So one of the biggest weapons ever in tennis. Pete Sampras' serve we talked about being a big weapon, but I think Serena Williams' serve is a bigger weapon in relative terms. Is Muguruza a little bit taller? Did you feel it? I mean, is there any way she can intimidate Serena Williams with something?
Well, I thought that was quite an interesting moment, actually, Max, because Serena turned to look at Muguruza there at the net as they were doing the photographs, and Muguruza never got eye contact for one moment. And there's Serena's mum watching on from the support box. So there's confirmation of this final then. Serena Williams versus Garbine Muguruza from Spain, ranked 20 in the world.
Yeah, for me, it's a big match. It's a big match. It's not at all number 1 versus number 20. I'm looking at, well, obviously this is Serena Williams, and she'll be number 1 in the world for the next couple of years if he chooses to keep playing, I think, and she stays healthy. And Garbine Muguruza, it's just a matter of time before she gets up into the top 4, top 5 in the world. I really feel that.
So what about the tactics out here today? We know what she could do to Serena Williams on the clay courts in France when she beat her in a very straightforward match, 6-2, 6-2. But will she be able to play that aggressive brand of tennis out here today on a grass court, Mats?
I think she's going to obviously try, and I think it has to do with how does she serve herself, because Serena Williams' serve skids away on the grass court a little bit, and it doesn't on the clay. So Muguruza could get to everything, whereas here, you know, it's a big difference. I think that Serena is more ready for this match because when you look at the opponents she has played, starting with Heather Watson, and then Venus, Victoria Azarenka, Sharapova, I mean, they're big hitters. Heather Watson, maybe not so much, but the other three. So she's ready for bigger serves, bigger forehands, bigger backhands, and then she's won pretty comfortably. So she's more ready in a tennis way than Muguruza is.
Well, it's anxious moments for Serena's mum as well. She's been such a support throughout the course of her career, and she knows the stress and the pressure that Serena is under. But here's Muguruza warming up her volleys at the net, and of course that's everything that a lot of people have been talking about with Muguruza. Not afraid to get to the net. I mean, she plays a lot of doubles out there with Carla Suarez Navarro, and actually you're right, Mats, look at that. She's 6 feet tall, so she's a couple of inches taller than Serena Williams, just 21 years of age. But might we be seeing her try to move up the court, try to get inside that baseline and try to maybe get to the net?
I would think she's going to try to at some point, or try to, should I say, in every rally. But obviously she's not going to be able to get there in every rally. But I think she needs to realize that she might have to finish the point at the net. And it is a way of telling your opponent that if you don't go for your shots, I'm going to go for mine, and I'm going to eventually end up close to the net. And when you have her reach, both width-wise and height-wise, you do not want to see her up at the net. She's got good hands, she's got good anticipation up there. One day, hopefully, that backhand volley will drop the left hand and it becomes a one-handed backhand volley, so that she has even more reach up there, because I think she's strong enough and she's talented enough where hopefully the coach keeps working on her game and improve that side of her game.
Yeah, well, they met 3 times before. And as you can see, all 3 of those previous meetings were in Grand Slams. The last one at the Australian Open on the hard courts, and Muguruza took the first set on that occasion, got off to a racing start. They played each other at the French, as we saw, 6-2, 6-2 to Muguruza, and then Williams before that at the Australian Open. So I think it's got to help her in some way, hasn't it? The fact that she's played Serena, she's beaten her before. All 3 of those have come at a Grand Slam occasion. So, I mean, it doesn't get much bigger than a Wimbledon final, but it's got to account for something, the fact that she has beaten her in a slam.
Well, I think that what counts, I think, also is that she won 6-2, 6-2 in the French Open, but then she also won the first set in Australia 6-2. So that's 3 sets in a row. That's 3 sets, 6-2 in a row. That's amazing, and I'm sure Serena doesn't have that against any other opponent. And Serena said it in her press conference that this is different because Muguruza knows how to beat me. So this is not a big deal. I'm going to have to watch out. But I think the serve is important. If Muguruza can get first serves in, then Serena is going to be on her back foot and she'll be defending a little bit.
And there's the great Olympic champion, Denise Lewis, who's going to enjoy watching over this terrific contest. As we keep saying, so much at stake for both players, but Serena going for a little piece of history here. Only 3 women have won all 4 majors in the same calendar year, achieving the Grand Slam, and 3 have held all 4 major titles at the same time, the non-calendar Grand Slam, which of course Serena's trying to do here today. So the calendar Grand Slam, only Maureen Connolly did that in 1953, Margaret Court in 1970, and Steffi Graf, the player that she's chasing down on those 22 Grand Slams, she did it in 1988. And Martina Navratilova and Serena herself, along with Steffi, have also done it in non-calendar Grand Slams. But it's enormous extra pressure and expectation on the shoulders of Serena.
Yeah, it definitely is. I'm actually interested in hearing what you think of this, Annabelle. Is she trying to become, will she become the greatest, Serena Williams, of course, the greatest female athlete of all time here? If she wins the calendar Grand Slam, she goes by Steffi Graf, still has another couple of years. I mean, what other professional athletes are out there or have ever been in the history of professional women's sports? Because tennis is the biggest professional sports for women these days.
It's an interesting fact, isn't it? I think if she does overtake Margaret Court, then actually you'd have to say she's the best singles Grand Slam champion of all time and perhaps the greatest of all time. I mean, a lot of players are out there at the moment saying, well, what about Martina Navratilova, who did so much in the women's game in terms of doubles and mixed doubles and total titles as well. So you've got a lot of other things that come into the mix there. But I have to say, I think if she does overtake Margaret Court, you'd have to say in single action she is the greatest of all time. But then she's done her part in doubles as well.
Yeah, she really
and
has.
Olympic golds. 4 gold medals alongside her sister as well. And there's Gabi Muguruza's coach, who has done such a great job guiding her career over the last couple of years. So a few last anxious moments, a little bit of extra water on board for Gabi Muguruza. But one thing she does possess, Mats, is this incredible composure. Everybody's talking about it. She has a great disposition on the court, doesn't she?
Yeah, she really does. And she's very natural. She's very natural on the court, and she's as natural in the press conference room. She's as natural everywhere. So I think she's going to become a favorite of most fans, that's for sure. But she still needs to win. I think you're going to only become a favorite if you win Grand Slams. And is this the start of a new great professional career for a woman tennis player?
Absolutely. Well, you can continue watching on the BBC or ESPN. It promises to be an absolutely outstanding final. So we're going to leave it there. And if you want to continue watching it, you can do so via the BBC or ESPN. OK, we're going to have a quick look over on Court 1. Sofia Zuk is in the girls' singles final, taking on Anna Blinkova from Russia, who won that terrific match out on Court 18 just behind us not so long ago. But Sofia Zuk from Russia has taken the first set by 7 games to 5 and is currently at 5-2 in the second set. So very close to closing out that title in the girls' singles. So we're going to stop by here for some live commentary with Simon Reed and Louise Plemming.
Would love to get it done here rather than have to serve out for it.
40-30.
Just a little over-eager, perhaps. Oof. Not far away, but out it was. So, this is it for Sofia Zuk. That's a bit of help.
Advantage, Miss Zuk.
This to be a Wimbledon champion. Oh. Match point brings out the heavy artillery from Blinkova.
Yes. Net. That's it.
some good serving from Blinkova. Wants to go out swinging if she is to go out.
Looks like it's the mindset. Well, suddenly this is the Blinkova in the middle of the first set. And you never know.
Shook leads 5-3, second set.
How is she going to cope with this? The cry was to come on, not a call out.
15 love.
Oh, good hitting from Blinkova. That's just pace. That really shooting through the grass.
Net, second set.
She's looking more threatening again, Blinkova.
30-15.
Wow, a little unlucky there. Changing direction, just didn't give herself quite the margin she needed. Quite a flat shot.
Super point.
Just a little bit more time for this service.
Yeah, well played. Kept her foot on the accelerator. This is not over.
Well, that's the combination, isn't it, from Blinkova. Penetrates into the forehand, then goes to the backhand, then gets her moving to the open court here. There's the backhand shot. This one short, can go anywhere. Terrific play.
So, break back point. Rhythm in the serve just seems to have gone there.
Game.
Well, we know what all that's about.
Miss Juk leads 5-4, second set, and 1 set to love.
In many ways, Zuk is more likely to win this tournament on return than she is on serve at the moment.
Yeah, there's no question. Just getting a little tense on that service. Serve 24 double faults for the tournament and only 4 in this match. Her opponent, Blinkova, has thrown more in. But again, it's this feeling that she's having where I don't know if she's just comfortable to sit down and think about the process. It's almost like I want to avoid, I just need to get out there and start playing again. It's got to be related to how she's feeling inside. Doesn't want to think too much.
Yes, her idol Sharapova could teach her a thing or two about that. 4-5, Blinkova serving for the second time to stay in this.
Oh, great quality. Wow.
Love 15.
Again, speed of foot, so important.
All.
Starting to put it together again. Just like she did in the first set, but then lost it.
Net. That's it.
She was again a little slow moving up, hence she had to take it lower than she might have.
That's good play from Zook, and that's what she has to do. She has to execute those shorter balls.
Oh, yes. Outstanding play there from Zook. And she's got a second chance to finish this.
Advantage, Miss Zook.
Great serve. Only 83 miles an hour, but she couldn't have placed it any better.
Yeah, straight through the line. Just sat there for a little bit.
Advantage, Miss and
She can't afford to think of the chances she's had.
Dukes.
the very best of Sophia Zhuk. That's why she's regarded as such a hot property.
Yeah, there's no question about that, Simon. That rally had a little bit of everything in it, didn't it?
Third chance. And she's got it. It's a long wait, I'm afraid, for Anna Blinkova. Both of them emotional. Good friends, but it is the younger Russian who is now the Wimbledon champion.
Well, I think we can see there, Simon, why it was so difficult for her to just mentally keep things on track. Really meant a lot for that young lady. Gee, that was a great effort to just keep things together there. And not only that, like, I really liked her attitude. She went out after it in that last game. There were some terrific rallies.
Claire Wood from the tournament explaining the procedure now. The presentation will be immediately following it. But
ladies and gentlemen, the trophies will now be presented on court
Blinkova.
to the winner and to the runner-up.
Really did look as if she was going to come back 5-2 down. You can see the emotion of it all beginning to take hold.
Of course, the 1969 ladies singles champion. Please give a very warm welcome to Anne Jones.
Yes, the Wimbledon champion back in 1969. Anne Jones, a member of the management committee here, will present the prizes.
Firstly, this year's runner-up from Russia, Anna Blinkova.
Not what she came for. Had a terrific tournament. And it looked, for a period in the first set, as if she'd have too much power, but it wasn't to be.
Now the 2015 Wimbledon champion from Russia, Sophia Zhuk.
A beaming smile, and got a feeling we're going to see a lot more of it.
Yeah, what a great attitude. Gorgeous young girl. Just has a lot of things going for her. Thoroughly enjoyed that match she has. I think it was a very difficult match for both of these girls, knowing each other. I think it just brought that added extra pressure and expectation to this match.
But that juice point in the final game, that showed us just how good she is.
Yes, absolutely, I agree. That was a quality shot. There was everything in that. We saw a great athlete, but also a great competitor. I think throughout the years, though, she's shown us that she loves to compete, she loves to win.
Good to see the Court One crowd packed inside here. So appreciative of what they've seen. Very edgy to start with, particularly Blinkova. Much better second set, but when it mattered, Sophia Zhuk was just too good. I think the emotion is now easing, particularly for Blinkova. But how proud Zhuk must be.
Well, there we certainly have a Fed Cup team in the future for Russia. There's no question about that. Both of these young girls have already transitioned onto the ITF tour and playing professional matches in the higher league.
Yes. Zouk already has a ranking, ranked 809, but, well, you never know. As you know so well, Louise, the gap between junior and senior is a very difficult one to bridge, but she's got the tools there.
Yeah, there's no question about it. There's something there. There's the X factor for sure for this young lady.
So it took an hour and 20 minutes, but she showed what a mighty fine addition she's going to be to the WTA Tour.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the security,
As long as she's well managed, and I'm sure she will be, the world is going to be her oyster. Sofia Zouk is the Wimbledon Junior Champion 2015.
Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation to both girls as they leave the courts. Thank you.
Well, what a special day that has been for Sofia Zouk from Russia, taking the Wimbledon Junior Champions girls title there. And there's a list of the past winners. Remember, Eugenie Bouchard, who then went on to reach the finals of Wimbledon last year. Mats 2012. Laura Robson won it here in 2008 as a young 14-year-old.
Yeah.
And some great names down there with Martina Hingis, Radwanska,
Annabelle
Austin.
Croft,
Well,
1984. No, but I mean, this is a list of players that won the junior girls singles that also became really good professionals, because you were ranked close to the top 20, weren't you, Annabelle? And there's a lot of years in between, though, where we don't have any names, and that doesn't mean they didn't play the tournament. It just means that those winners didn't really go on to do that much. So I know Cara Black is in there somewhere, and she became a really good doubles player, but it's not necessarily a definite that you're going to become a professional tennis player with great success just because you win this.
Yeah, well, it's a special day for her, and of course you saw her just studying the cup and the list of names as she left the court. Now, let's just give you a score update on centre court, because Serena Williams is in a little bit of trouble, actually, against Garbine Muguruza, who's got off to a racing start. She's leading 3-1 with a break, but Serena Williams is at 30 love on her serve. Now, just before the match started, we saw the coin toss, which was done by Casey Finch, so let's find out a little bit more about her.
Well, my nan got an email saying the WJTI has been asked to choose a WJTI player to do the coin toss for the ladies' single final, and that they'd like to recommend me to do it. And I was bouncing up and down in my chair. It was like the best thing that's ever happened.
At first, I don't think Casey realised the responsibility of the coin toss. I think now the time's getting closer. She's a little bit more nervous, but I'm quite sure she'll have some good prompting or coaching on the day.
It said in the email that they really like my attitude and my etiquette, and that I've really progressed in tennis over the past year, so they might be some of the reasons that I've been picked. Well, I think Wimbledon will be packed of people. I've only sat in the chairs in centre court. I've never actually been on the actual bit, so that will be really exciting, and in front of everyone tossing the coin. I think that will be the best part of that whole day for me.
Very, very excited young lady next to me, Casey Finch, who has been given the amazing opportunity of tossing the coin on centre court for the women's final. Casey, that is something special, isn't it?
Yeah.
Are you really excited?
Yeah.
She is, she's jumping around. And you've been chosen, haven't you, by the Wimbledon Junior Tennis Initiative to do this out of 300 children?
Yeah.
Why did they pick you, do you know?
No, I'm not sure. It's just so great.
I think it was because you've been such a role model in the tennis, because you play tennis yourself, don't you?
Yeah.
And so are you a big tennis fan?
I'm a huge tennis fan.
And tell everybody who your favourite player is.
Well, my favourite player is Serena Williams. That's why I'm so over the moon to be here and watch her play.
And you are going to be pretty much as close as I am to you now when you toss that coin. I mean, what's that going to feel like?
It's just going to feel like I have butterflies in my stomach. I'm just going to be like I'm going to be hopping.
You're already hopping. You can't stop at the moment. And who have you brought here today to share this amazing experience with?
My nan and my granddad.
And how proud are they of you today?
I think pretty proud.
I think they'll be pretty proud. And I mean, after you've done the coin toss, do you get to watch the match as well?
Yeah, we get front row seats.
Front row seats? So you're going to sit right on the court side watching all the action?
Yeah.
And have you got friends at home who have told about this and who are maybe a little bit jealous of you today?
Yeah, pretty much my whole school knows. They're all watching me.
They're all going to watch you on the TV?
Yeah.
Definitely. And I mean, when you get home, they might have recorded it for you, and then you can watch it as well and relive this moment again and again.
Yeah.
Well, Casey, thank you very much, and I really hope you have a brilliant day down on centre court, and good luck with that coin toss. Don't drop it before it's too early.
Yeah.
Thank you, Casey.
Well, we can confirm we watched Casey do the coin toss, and she got a great reception from the packed centre court crowd. Now then, to the early news in this match, Anne, and to the surprise of almost everybody, maybe apart from herself, Garbine Muguruza had the early break of serve. So she's got the crucial early advantage. There were 3 double faults in Serena Williams' first service game. She's settled down and got into a rhythm since then, but the Spaniard, what a great start, Anne.
A great start, and she really took advantage of Serena's slow start. I mean, Serena's still trying to, well, she's got 2 break points right here at 2-3, but the 3 double faults she spoke about, the first point of the match was a double fault from Serena Williams. Signs of nerves. She hasn't hit a double fault since, and she's really now finding her range, stepping in onto that baseline inside the court and taking it on. Both women are looking to really just crack this ball as hard as possible, and it's fantastic to see 2 incredibly strong athletes out there.
Muguruza has just saved 1 of those 2 break points that Serena Williams has, so it's 30-40 on the Spaniard's serve. She is 3-2 up, but this would be a key moment for Serena to break back. Are you surprised that someone who holds all 3 of the other Grand Slams, who's contesting a 25th Grand Slam final, showed signs of nerves early on?
In some ways, yes. Other ways, no. Serena Williams is human. She, as great as she is on the tennis court, we're back to juice now. She's been playing down all of this about the calendar slam. She won't answer any questions when journalists ask her, how does it feel? How much do you want it? She bats it off, says she's achieved everything. She has nothing to prove. But let me tell you, I mean, she is one feisty competitor. She wants this calendar slam. She knows how important it is today. She wants to win more than anything. And, at the start of this match, we saw her berating herself when she couldn't put any first serves into play. There was so much tension. But she wants to get out there. She wants to win. It shows how much she cares. And, it's only natural to feel a little tight. But Muguruza has been impressive. She started off the match strong. First Grand Slam final. She's just held. She's now 4-2 up. You'd never know this was her first Grand Slam final.
Yeah, she's been brilliant, because I guess people were saying that this match might go one of 2 ways. Either Serena would absolutely steamroller the Spaniard, or it would be very, very close and she'd play without any kind of fear, which she appears to be doing. Interesting as well, of course, there's some attention on the fact that she beat Serena so convincingly in last year's French Open. And even though she lost to Serena this year in the Australian Open, she took the first set off her 6-2. So does that indicate that something about the way she plays the game makes it awkward for Serena?
Yeah, well, she's an aggressive player. She can deal with Serena's pace of ball. She hasn't faced anyone in this tournament who hits the ball as hard as Serena yet, but she doesn't fear Serena, and Serena knows that. I think that's the biggest thing for any player up against Serena Williams is not to be fearful, not to be intimidated, and Muguruza certainly isn't.
How unusual do you think it is for someone so inexperienced in comparison to Serena
to not be intimidated by the athlete, by the whole package, by the aura around her. That takes quite a maturity for a 21-year-old to be able to. It's one thing to say I'm not intimidated. It's quite another to go out there and prove it on the biggest stage of your life.
Yeah, well, knowing what Muguruza is like off the court, she is a young woman who is very sure of herself. I mean, she's not afraid to show off in a good way, I must add. You know, she's very confident, and that reflects on the tennis she plays as well. When she steps out there, she loves the big stage. She is a bit of a natural show off, but in a charming and lovable, likable way. And I think it's great. I think it's great for women's tennis.
And what's interesting is the crowd seem to be on her side. Of course, there's excitement when Serena Williams is on the court because she is arguably the greatest female player in history. Williams made pretty short work of that, so it's 4-3, but Muguruza will come out still one break up. But it's great to see the crowd engaging with a new potential star in the future. Serena's amazing, but she's 33. Her time is coming at some stage to an end. And women's tennis needs to have big personalities and great talent to attract a new generation of spectators. And maybe Muguruza will be one of those names and faces.
Well, this is interesting looking at this graphic. Muguruza has been, well, at the French Open when she beat Serena Williams quite convincingly last year. She served a lot into the body of Serena Williams, and I'm sure that's something she'll be looking to do in this match. I mean, Serena, great wingspan, she likes to take a swing and strike it, but if you can jam a player up, particularly if you have a serve as good as Muguruza's, then she can really trouble Serena out there.
So here's a question for you then. We are talking about this non-calendar slam to hold all four at the same time. And then, of course, if Serena were to win here, the calendar slam, which hasn't been done since Steffi way back when in 1988.
Yeah.
So
Steffi picked up the Olympics gold medal that year too. So super slam.
Unbelievable. Yeah, well, Serena can't do that this year just by virtue of the fact that she's 1 year out for the Olympics. So hard luck on that one. But I guess in the same regard that it would be fantastic for women's tennis if Muguruza were to win this, it would also, in a different way, be very special if Serena did produce the non-calendar slam and go to the US Open with the possibility of doing the calendar slam as well.
Yeah, it would be great for Serena, obviously, but great for women's tennis and tennis fans all around. I want to say I witnessed all of those four finals, and I was there when Serena achieved her calendar slam and watched all those matches. So it would be a great thing in tennis. And you know, for Serena Williams, it's all about going into the history books, going down as one of the all-time greatest, if not the greatest.
It's amazing that she's still got such motivation. Very easy for her to disappear with her, $69.5 million. I'd take the 500 grand and be happy with that, quite frankly. But anyway, plenty more drama still to come. Muguruza is a break up in the first set, and she could be en route to turning this into a great, great confrontation. Lots more excitement to come here on Centre Court. Join us again shortly for further updates.
We certainly will, Rob and Anne. Thank you very much for that update. It's certainly an exciting final so far, Matt. And of course, with her getting the early break and on the early evidence of what you've seen, why do you think she's troubling Serena at the moment?
Well, I think she takes it to Serena. I mean, that forehand is very big of Muguruza's. She can hit it flat, she can hit it with a little bit of spin, she can hit it cross court, which is where we saw Heather Watson really hurt Serena. And then she can also hit it inside out because I think having grown up in Spain, playing on the clay court, you have to know how to spin the forehand cross court, and you have to know how to flatten the forehand out, inside out to Serena's backhand. And on grass, that last shot is going to skid through a little bit, whereas the first cross court one is going to kick up a little higher than most women are able to do.
She seems to be inside the baseline for a lot of the points, more than maybe we'd have expected. That's where it's about that baseline battle, isn't it? But actually, Muguruza's doing a good job of staying up on it or inside it.
Yeah, she really is. She's got really good hands, even though she's got very, very long legs. She's able to get down very deep and absorb on the backhand side, absorb power on the forehand side, but then add a little bit of her own topspin. So it's a completely different player than Serena is used to playing against. A lot of the other women, they have sort of a similar. Maria Sharapova is kind of similar to Victoria Azarenka. Venus Williams has sort of the similar shots on both sides, pretty flat off of both sides. Suddenly you see this hard hitting with a lot of topspin, it's a completely different situation.
Well, while we've been sitting here talking, Serena Williams has actually got 2 break-point opportunities. In fact, only one now. Garbi Muguruza has just saved a break-point, so she's currently serving at 30-40 down for Serena to level the scoreline, perhaps at 4-all. So we'll keep you updated on that. But I'm delighted to say that Catherine Whitaker is back in the studio with some social media updates. What's going on out there at the moment?
Well, obviously, just at this moment, there's a lot of talk about what's going on over on centre court. Just at the moment, everybody just seem to be very, very pleased that this is looking like a match. There's always that worry with a new Grand Slam finalist up against somebody with the experience of Serena. There's always that worry that it'll be a slightly disappointing occasion. I suppose like it was last year. I mean, last year I think Kvitova up against Jeannie Bouchard, that was very much just the utter brilliance of Kvitova, wasn't it? I don't think there was much suggestion that Jeannie Bouchard sort of crumbled under the occasion. But 4-all first set, I think whatever happens now, it's a match. So I think everybody very excited about that. But I do just want to take you back because the reaction to yesterday's match between Federer and Murray continues to roll in. It is just absolutely extraordinary. John McEnroe saying yesterday, I've never seen a guy at this level with less stress than Roger Federer. And you'll see there as well, hashtag Wimbledon. We've got the new Wimbledon emoji today, which is a little, it's the Venus Rosewater trophy. So nice new hashtag emoji today. John McEnroe saying that. So much more where this came from. Novak Djokovic, we all know how good he is. This is in reference to Federer. He's the greatest ever. There's not enough praises for what he does. I mean, that's pretty strong, isn't it, from the man who's going to be trying to beat him in tomorrow's final. Borg, that's the best Federer has played in 10 years, is what Bjorn Borg had to say about that match. It just continues. Here we have Chris Clary quoting Federer from his press conference yesterday. Definitely one of the best matches I've played in my career. Here we have... this was incredible, actually, from his press conference yesterday. The first question wasn't even a question. It was just somebody saying to him, unbelievable. I mean, it was just, just one word, unbelievable.
And he expecting him to talk.
And he did, because he Federer is such a great talker in press conferences. I mean, his press conferences frequently last half an hour because, of course, he speaks 3 languages. He does all 3. You ask him one question and sometimes he can be talking for 5 minutes. So, yeah, that was question number 1 in the press conference yesterday. And I think that pretty much sums up everybody's reaction. In one hand, there were so many words, and on one hand, and on the other hand, there just were no words really to sum up what that match was about. Another one here, he was asked in the press conference whether he felt like the special one, the Jose Mourinho of tennis, and rather than shy away from it, Federer famously, he gets away with saying things that other tennis players wouldn't be able to, and his response was saying that tennis is bigger than any one individual, but not denying that he is a slightly special one. Hashtag humble started trending after that. Federer and Murray both trending yesterday, as was hashtag GOAT, G-O-A-T, greatest of all time. That's the slightly flippant reference to Roger Federer. This, a lovely tweet. Sporting geniuses on this scale are often flawed, selfish, reckless human beings. Federer is a decent, sensitive, intelligent man. And I think that's a point that really deserves to be made, isn't it? I mean, so often genius comes along with that sort of almost
diva
behaviour.
Really.
And he is the most wonderful ambassador for the sport you could possibly have. He's confident and all the things he is without being boring somehow.
But he's so liked by his fellow competitors, isn't he? I mean, you can just ask around and people they find it difficult to criticise him because he's friendly in the locker room, apparently. Isn't that right, Matt? Everybody's saying that he's just very friendly, very warm, and everybody likes it. They want to try and find fault with him, but they can't.
I'm sure that if you ask Rafael Nadal and Novak Djokovic, I think they will find a reason to let him irritate them. And I would say that the way to find that is that he's too perfect. That irritates you. It would irritate me something tremendously if I played against him because he is too perfect. That would irritate me enough to actually want to beat him. And I'm sure that they try and find something. The backhand is not good enough. It's not possible. I can beat this guy. There has to be something that you don't like in Roger Federer. Otherwise, forget it. you can't beat him.
Well, I think it's interesting. I think we'll see in tomorrow's final. There's so much. I mean, I've been struggling to find a single voice of support for Novak Djokovic in tomorrow's final out there on social media.
You haven't found a single piece of support?
Well, not amongst. No, I mean, I'm not doubting that there are Djokovic supporters out there. Of course there are. But in terms of sort of the volume of support for Federer, the romance of the story, everybody is behind Federer, and it'll be really interesting to see how Novak Djokovic responds to that tomorrow, because he isn't afraid of showing irritation at not being perhaps. I think he feels like he deserves the adulation of Federer and of Nadal, but people are so passionate and tribal almost with their love of Federer and Nadal, and of course here at Wimbledon Murray falls into that category as well. I think genuinely Djokovic gets a bit miffed that he's not adored or thought of in the same way. I don't think there's any lack of respect, but he's definitely not adored in that way, and I think that irritates him, and I think the crowd might be a major factor tomorrow, and lots of people making the same point actually, that that's going to be something for Djokovic to chew on overnight, how he's going to deal with the frustration of being the unfavoured opponent out there.
It was a very interesting moment, wasn't it, the French Open final, where of course he was the favourite for the title. Everybody thought he was going to go on and achieve his dream of winning that elusive French Open title. When he lost, the crowd, it was extraordinary. I've never witnessed anything like it, but they continued to give a standing ovation that went on and on and on. And then Novak Djokovic actually broke down in tears, which I'd never seen before. We saw this kind of breakthrough moment where he was connecting with the public for the first time I'd ever witnessed. And it was quite a special moment, wasn't it, Matt?
Yes, it was. But I think in many ways he's going to have to earn the respect, just like Andy Murray has had to earn the respect, because I think even here home in Britain, at least, it looks like that from the outside if you're European, that he wasn't necessarily loved immediately,
No, that's
whereas
right.
Tim Henman was.
Yes, yeah.
Andy Murray has had to work so hard to get to the point where he is now in terms of his natural fan base, where everybody now loves Andy Murray, the player and the person. I think for Novak Djokovic, I mean, he's just going to have to keep trying and keep winning, and he's going to lose a few and then keep winning. Tomorrow will be a great day for him to go in and give the old fist pump and beat Federer in a really, really good match, be classy along the way, and then people are gonna dislike him for doing it. But
it's gonna be the pantomime villain.
Yeah, exactly. But over time, he's gonna earn the respect,
I think so.
and eventually, maybe it's even after he's quit playing tennis, he's gonna be respected and adored the same way as maybe Roger Federer and Rafa Nadal. But he's gonna have to put in a lot of great matches, a lot of great fights. He's gonna lose a lot of them, and he's gonna break a lot of hearts along the way, and he's gonna have to rack up his Grand Slam count to about 14, 15, and then we can expect him to be as popular as them. But unfortunately, as long as Federer is playing, it's not going to happen before then.
It's certainly not. I mean, just the warmth of emotion towards Roger Federer, and I think it's to do with Federer himself and the sort of person he is, but also the romance of that story is just, I mean, if he does do it tomorrow, it'll be one of the greatest moments in the sport, I think. Wonderful to see. I showed you during the match yesterday a picture that Wimbledon put up on their Instagram page. They've got some absolutely wonderful photos, and it was this sensational photo of Roger Federer serving, where it actually looks like he's setting the ball on fire. Absolutely sensational photo, and Roger Federer actually saw that and tweeted it himself, saying such an honour to be in the final. So good on him, because that is a sensational photo.
Even I retweeted that one. It is a special photo.
It is, I mean, I should find out who the photographer was for that, because he or she deserves a credit, because it's just magnificent. And of course, it tells a story, doesn't it? Because his serve was such an enormous weapon in that match. But it wasn't all about the serve, was it? There was every element of his game was sensational, and if there's one point that everybody was talking about in particular, it was this one that we're seeing now. It was in the final game of the match. I think, Matt, you picked it out as play of the day. I mean, if not play of the fortnight. I mean, is there anybody else, do you think, in tennis that could hit that shot?
No, I don't think so. I mean, he can flick it that backhand, and it wasn't the only one either. He flicked a couple down the line as well. So just the instinct to even try something like that. I mean, didn't have too many options, but to pull it off as well is unbelievable.
I mean,
Never said it again. Unbelievable. How many times can I say that?
I know. It was, what he did out there was sort of beyond belief, wasn't it? And that was reflected very much in the newspapers today. It was interesting. In the British newspapers, you'd think they would go with an Andy Murray out storyline, but they didn't. Very largely speaking, they've gone with, of course, this one here, The Independent, Roger and out for Andy Murray, but lots of them going more so with the brilliance of Roger Federer. This is the back page of the Daily Telegraph. I think that's fantastic because it was all about Federer, wasn't it? He deserves that. Plenty more. Infedible. There we go.
Okay.
That's one of my favourite puns from the day.
Thank you very much for that, Catherine. We're going to have to stop you there because there's some breaking news out on centre court because Serena Williams is at set point. So we're going to quickly go across to the commentary box with Rob and Anne.
Yes, massive moment this for the Spaniard. She's serving to stay in this set and keep it alive. She saved 2 break points on her own serve when you last joined us. And then the break came and it's happened again. Serena Williams has taken the first set, 6 games to 4. A brilliant start for Garbine Muguruza. But Serena Williams has found her rhythm and crucially, she's taken the first set. And this is going to be a very, very long way back for the Spaniard, you suspect.
I do. Just the way Serena Williams won those last few games. As soon as she broke back to go 4-all, held her serve quite comfortably to lead 5-4, she just looked a lot more sure of herself. There was a little less tension. There's still that determination in her eyes and the fierce looks towards her box and huge fist pumps. I have a feeling Serena Williams could run away with this second set. I mean, just check out that reaction. Look how much it means to her. She's rather scary, fired up to say the least.
Yeah, she must be a ferocious prospect on the other end of the court. Just to run a few numbers past you, percentage of first serves in is higher for Muguruza, so the Serena Williams serve not firing on all cylinders. 49% of first serves in, but percentage of first serves won is 82, and that's the difference between the two of them. But as you said, it just seems as though breaking back has flicked a switch with Williams and its normal order is resumed.
Yeah, and also the number of winners Serena Williams has hit in comparison to Muguruza. 16 winners from Serena Williams, just 6 from Muguruza. You can see that right there, and Serena Williams really hit her stride now.
So, if you are Muguruza, some great names and faces in the crowd, as you'd expect on ladies' finals day. If you are the Spaniard, what's your approach now?
Try and play even more aggressively than you did in that first set. I mean, Muguruza didn't do an awful lot wrong. Serena Williams was able to raise her game, but Muguruza can't afford to hang back and just try and work the point. What she did well when she was winning the points was going deep, straight at Serena through the middle of the court and then finding ways to open up the angles, and she was successful when she did that. She needs to stick with that tactic. She just needs to still step in wherever possible. If she gets a look at the Serena Williams second serve, she needs to step in and really crunch it, and she has the ability to do so. She needs to trust herself and still believe, because she knows she's beaten Serena Williams before and she still can. The match isn't over.
And how key will her first service game be in this second set? Because she's looked vulnerable the last 3 times she's gone up to serve. First of all, she saved break points, and then she was broken twice in a row. So the first service game for her could be quite telling.
It could be. I mean, every player, whoever's up against Serena Williams, you need a high first serve percentage, and you need to be hitting your spots, because returning against Serena Williams is not an easy task. I mean, she's got the best serve in the women's game. She's hit her spots pretty well. She's getting better and better, but Muguruza has to make sure she stays with Serena Williams, doesn't let her get too far ahead in this second set.
Well, the next 10 minutes could be absolutely vital for the Spaniards' aspiration for a first Grand Slam title if she's to stop Serena Williams getting her 21st. Currently 40-15 on the Williams serve. The first game of the second set, but the 5-times champion took the first 6-4. She's starting to grind her way through the gears here.
Thank you very much, Rob and Anne. So Serena Williams just a set away from her 21st Grand Slam title. But let's just get thoughts of Mats very briefly on that reflection of that first set.
Yeah, I mean, Muguruza obviously had a chance being up 4-2. But again, she wasn't at set point. She never got to 5. She didn't feel like, you know, this was my set to win, because she played well. And I think she's going to come out and not feel like she's lost anything. She now has a feel for the center court. She has a feel for how Serena is playing, and I think she can still hang in there and turn it around and win. The problem is that when you watch Serena play, is that she's not asking her opponent, how are you feeling right now? Whereas Andy Murray, Roger Federer, maybe throwing a slice backhand and sort of ask, are you nervous? Serena doesn't even pay attention to her opponent. She's going to keep playing her way. She can choke and start missing, but she's not going to worry about what her opponent is feeling like. And that's a problem, I think, for Muguruza right now. She just has to hang in there and with her body language show that I'm not going anywhere. If you start missing, I'm right here, Serena.
But I would imagine that the task only gets tougher, doesn't it? Because at the beginning, Serena a little bit nervous, serving that double fault at the start. She goes down a break, 4-2 down, but she's kind of clawed her way back in, and all those early nerves have gone.
Definitely, and if Muguruza saw the statistics, 49% of first serves went in for Serena, and you still don't win that set, well, that is a little bit of a problem.
Yes, it certainly is. OK, now we interrupted you in mid-flow there, Catherine, to get to the excitement of centre court. So, what's some more social media?
Well, just a couple of stats I quickly wanted to bring you up to date with. One, linking Serena in with the men's final tomorrow. I think you actually mentioned the stat in relation to Serena earlier. If Serena wins today, she'll be the oldest Wimbledon singles champion in open era, and I think we worked out that that would be by 1 month. She would beat Martina Navratilova's existing record by 1 month. She would be 1 month older. And then if Federer wins tomorrow, he will instantly break that record, which is just amazing. We could have the 2 oldest ever Wimbledon singles champions in the open era in one weekend, in a 24-hour period. It would be just incredible. And one other stat in relation to Roger Federer: if Federer wins tomorrow, he will become the first man in the open era to win Wimbledon a decade or more apart. I mean, it's just records everywhere you look with these two. I guess once you get to that stage of your career, you know, when you've won everything there is to win, there's just every day you're breaking a new record, aren't you? So Serena and Federer going for the record books. But one other thing I wanted to bring you up to date with. I don't know if you've been to Wimbledon this year, you might have seen this really special, originally designed poster that's been around the grounds, getting a lot of attention. Well, here's the story of how it was made.
Exhibition is called Powerful Posters, and it's about tennis and advertising. And the reason behind it was really that we have a massive collection of posters here in the museum, well over 600 posters. And we wanted to select some to put in the gallery that would perhaps be maybe a bit unexpected for some people. So we're looking at how tennis can be used in advertising to advertise some slightly more unexpected things. So we're looking at how it's been used to advertise holidays, fashion, popular culture, and also food and drink. So we do have 2 posters on display that are both advertising the championships here at Wimbledon, and the very first one is from 1893. It's a letterpress poster, so this was the kind of poster that was mainly being produced at that time. And as poster design kind of progressed, and particularly in its kind of golden era in the 20s and 30s, it became much more about stripping away lots of unnecessary text and instead using really bold graphics. And so by the time you reach our championships poster this year, as you can see, it's mostly graphics, it's barely any text, and the graphic itself can convey all the message that it needs to, really. So the exhibition Powerful Posters is on here at Wimbledon Lawn Tennis Museum until February. We're open every day of the championships to championships ticket holders, and then after the championships we'll be open the whole way through the rest of the year. We're open 7 days a week between 10 and 5:30 in the summer. Visit our website for more details.
You are looking at this year's Wimbledon poster, which I'm sure you have seen all around Wimbledon this year, but come down here because this is the original. And I'm joined by the artist who created this wonderful poster, Julia Brodska. I mean, Julia, where did you get the inspiration to make this from?
Well, of course I get inspired by all the things that are so well known about Wimbledon, the iconic items such as strawberries, of course the green grass, the hawk, the flowers. So I tried to celebrate the new start date of the tournament by making a very elaborate and detailed poster incorporating all the iconic elements of Wimbledon that people know that well.
I absolutely love it, but I'm not sure if you can zoom in because it's in fact made out of paper, isn't it? All different, like rolled up here. We've got a few textured bits of paper here. I mean, why do you work with paper? It looks very difficult, especially these tiny little bits of paper here for the netting, Ulia.
I just love the material. I always had a special fascination for paper. It took me a while to find the unique way of working with it, but since that time, I'm just everything I do is paper, and I use different techniques, and I try to make this poster to have as many as possible to make it just rich and interesting to look at.
Which was the most difficult part to make here?
Well, I would say that the tennis balls, they took some time because initially I made them similar to the strawberries, but then they didn't look right, so I had to search for a different way of making them actually. So there is a video of how the poster is made. You can see it on the Wimbledon website. So over there you can see that first there is one type of ball, tennis ball, that has been substituted with this new version, so you can see the progress.
And how long did it take you to complete it?
It's about 8 days of all the time, but it was spread over a couple of weeks. So it's quite a slow process and it does take time.
And how proud are you to see it when you're wandering around Wimbledon? Obviously, you're here today and you can see the original, but then obviously people can buy this and it's all around Wimbledon itself.
Of course, I'm very proud and really excited. So.
And is it sport you work on as well, or is it all kind of different art as well?
I work on all sorts of projects, from packaging to advertisement, and but this is the first really big sports event that I've collaborated with.
And you're here on Women's Finals Day. Does that mean you're going to go and get to watch the action on centre court later on?
Yeah, I'm going to go there.
That's a pretty good perk for making this, isn't it?
It is. I'm really looking forward to this part, and I think I'll become a real tennis fan afterwards.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much, Ulia, for that. And that is definitely a brilliant piece of art. There we go. Julia Brodska, she is this year's Wimbledon poster artist.
Thank you very much. That really was a beautiful piece of art, and she certainly left her mark here on the Championships for 2015. Well, there's the scene overlooking Henman Hill, all looking down on that big screen and enjoying the women's final between Serena Williams and Garbine Muguruza, which currently stands at a set to Serena Williams, and she's leading by 2-1, but it is going with serve in that second set. Well, I'm delighted to say that Craig O'Shaughnessy has joined us once again, and you're going to be taking a closer look at both our finalists out there today. But particularly, I think you're going to start by talking about the Muguruza second serve.
Yes, exactly. When you look at second serves, they're always a key indicator to the final outcome. And we like to think of both serves as being an asset, but it's only the first serve in the ladies' game that does better than 50%. So the tournament average so far for the ladies on points won on second serve is 46%. Muguruza, her average is 44%. In the first set that she just lost, it was down to 38%. So that's something, if she turns this around, that she's definitely got to improve upon. Yeah. A second area is the big points. And IBM Insights does a great job of putting together all the points that happen at 30 all and all the points that happen at deuce. And you look at those, and so far in the tournament, Serena, through 5 matches, not the Heather Watson match, but 5 matches, she wins 80% of those points. She really dominates there. In the Heather Watson match, she won 50%, only 6 of 12. In the first set, Serena only won 1 of 5. So, you know, that's a little bit of an indicator. You know, all points in tennis are not created equal. Some are much more important to the final outcome. And Muguruza didn't win the opening set, but she was doing well on some of those big points. Next, I think we have some video as well we're going to go through. Forehands and backhands. Muguruza's forehand is certainly a weapon. She had 65 forehand winners coming into this match. Serena only had 52. And here's some footage right now of what she does so well. Early preparation with the hands, good court position, and a premium on balance. Mats, I really like this shot from Muguruza.
Yeah, she has a great forehand, and I really think that it's part of having grown up in Spain. You have to learn how to hit a topspin forehand. You have to learn how to pull your opponent out of the court by going cross court, and then you have to learn how to flatten it out down the line or inside out. And very few women possess this weapon. Some of them are big forehands, but not in the same way that Garbiñe Muguruza does it.
Lovely emotion there. The thing that stands out to me with her forehand is she gets her hands ready early. And a lot of times against players against Serena, Serena wants to take your time away. And what that really means is taking away the time of the backswing. So she can certainly do well there. The next element of her game I want to look at is her Muguruza at the net. At the French Open match that she won 2-2, she won 5 of 7 at the net. She's won 98 points at the net leading into this match. Serena's only 57, and in this first set, she won 4 of 5 at the net. So, you know, a really good way to look at it is I'm going to stay back or I'm going to come in. So far for the tournament, Muguruza is winning 48% from the baseline, losing. At the net, she's winning 68. So it kind of, you know, if you're very heavily into math as a tennis player, you say, I'll take the odds at the front of the net a whole lot more than the back.
And I know we've said it many, many times during the course of the championships, but she has played a lot of doubles in her career early on. You know, she's been willing to develop her game, and she's certainly not afraid being up at the net.
No, she's got good hands and good technique as well. I mean, she's very complete. I mean, she can hit winners with both sides. Obviously, that's a huge backhand winner. And she got a good serve, but technique-wise, very, very solid at the net.
Take another look at a couple of points here against Agnieszka Radwanska. And as you picked up, Matt, I mean, she defends really well, doesn't she? For somebody so tall, 6 foot tall, really moves very quick up to the short ball.
I mean, really, there's very few weaknesses. And what's good about that is that she can then start improving every single area of her game. Even that forehand is going to get bigger. Sometimes she hits a proper backhand volley. Sometimes she hits the, what do you call that backhand volley?
Swinging volley.
Swinging volley, because in the 80s we used to say well, she can't volley. If that's her volley, that means she can't volley.
Yes,
but that's out these days, because that's such an effective volley these days.
I think Andre Agassi kind of perfected that and brought it to the forefront.
Definitely.
Got some backhand winners to have a look at as well.
Exactly. Muguruza does well on the backhand side. 50 winners coming into this match. Serena has 54. And a lot of times, you know, we talk about Serena being so dominant on the backhand wing, but Muguruza is really matching her there coming into this final.
She really leans into the ball as well. I think one of the most impressive aspects, it's actually difficult to get her off balance and actually going backwards when she's hitting that backhand match. She seems to be constantly on that front foot, looking inside the baseline and really getting that weight behind the ball.
Then especially those kind of shots, when you sort of just pop it up to her backhand, because she's so tall and because of her technique, she really gets on top of it. And she can hit the cross-court short backhand with topspin, but she can also drive through it very flat. And again, I go back to Eugenie Bouchard. It's really a copy of Eugenie Bouchard's game, except she's much taller, and she's most probably a better ball striker and a better defender.
Yeah, and a lot of that's down to footwork, isn't it? So to get the good footwork going backwards to be able to go forwards, a lot of that is in the preparation and the footwork in terms of getting yourself in the right position.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what you get. When you grow up in Spain playing on clay courts, your footwork has to be perfect.
I call that interior footwork.
Yes.
So with the juniors that I'm working with, or players at any level, when you stand still and you take your racket and you draw a circle, or you reach down as far as you can and draw a circle around yourself, anything that happens in that circle is interior footwork, and it's the most important footwork of all. The exterior footwork is kind of running side to side.
Yes.
Everyone's kind of good at that, but the interior little steps really separates players.
Yeah, the next thing we're going to look at is the rally length and the stats for both players on that. So what have you found out about the two of them?
Yeah, this really stood out here. If we just start at the bottom, rallies that are 9 shots or more, both ladies have a losing record, so it's all points won and lost. You got a 5 through 8, both even. 0 through 4, there is a monster difference. Serena is plus 93 for the tournament. Muguruza is plus 3. So Serena really owns that. But what's so interesting from the first set, Serena won 27 points in that area. Muguruza won 28. So in a lot of ways, Muguruza statistically had a pretty good first set. She won a lot of big points. She took away Serena's strength. But at the end, Serena came back. I mean, she's a true champion and really performed well at the end of the set after a pretty shaky start. I believe 3 double faults in the opening game for Serena, but seems back on track.
I guess that's the most difficult aspect, isn't it? Getting Serena to play the long haul. It's really, Heather Watson's pretty much the only one who managed to do it here in the championships, but very difficult to get her to play long points.
Yes, definitely, and it's amazing. His statistics are obviously really important with that, but what is it that separates them then in the first set is the question I have to ask you, Craig. What do you think separates them at the end?
Yeah, well, at the end,
In that first set, of course.
exactly. Like Serena's figuring things out, and we saw a lot of points early on where Serena was reaching for the ball, and that is a classic sign of somebody that's a little tight. And we saw her body language there, and I think she relaxed a little more, put a few more balls in the court, and when you get towards the end of the set, Serena finishes that better than anyone else in the world. So I don't think it was anything that was, you could say, tactically there was a big shift. I just think she arrived at a part of the match that she was more comfortable with. She relaxed a little bit more. She put a couple more balls in play. I mean, most sets in tennis are going to ride on, a lot of times, just 1 point, winning or losing that point.
It's funny how nerves affect your movement, actually, isn't it? And even a player themselves doesn't even realise it, but actually it affects the breathing. We heard Novak Djokovic talking about how he learns how to breathe on the court when he's stressed. We've seen Serena Williams stressed at times when she's had to get the breathing going again, but footwork is one of those things that just gets a little bit sloppy when you're tight.
Oh, definitely, but I think we picked up on it early. She was walking faster between points today.
Yes.
Much quicker. She was sort of ambling along in the first week, but now today, even when she was losing in that first set, Serena was much more alert in between points.
Have you got any more stats for us?
Yeah, the return of serve winners, and this is something that Serena has done a great job in this match as well, stepping in, and it's just first strike tennis. She wants to end it early with the serve. She wants to end it early with the return winner. She's hit 21 leading into this final. The combination of both Federer and Djokovic for the tournament leading in is also 21.
Well, here's a look at some return winners, because I think this is one of the most outstanding aspects of Serena Williams' game, Matt. I mean, just outright winners, sheer power from the back of the court off some fairly decent serves.
It's hard to put in words, actually, because to me, a return of serve off of somebody's first serve is very similar to a first serve that you hit yourself, meaning you don't really know if you're going to make it or not, but you have to commit to it 100% and then you hit it. And then you kind of hope that it goes in, but there's very little thought in where it's going to land. It's much more in the moment of contact. The same with the first serve. You try and hit it as hard as you can somewhere close to where you're aiming, and then whoops, it went in. Whereas some of those passing shots, you have a target. There's not much of a target when you return. And Serena, I mean, the commitment to that is incredible to me.
Yeah, we've got some backhand winners. So have you got something to add
Yes, we
to
do.
that?
Just finishing up with some backhand winners for Serena. She's had 54 leading into the final, which is tied for fifth. Steps up around the baseline. And, you see a lot of other players like Muguruza, they'll bring the racket, a little bit higher than Serena does, but she just kind of, as we see there, she pulls it back, she rotates the upper body against the lower body and creates tremendous force.
OK, well, some breaking news out on centre court, because Serena Williams was just serving for the match or the championships at 5-1 in the second set, and has actually just been broken by Garbine Muguruza to love, would you believe? So there's some fighting spirit left in Garbine Muguruza. So she will be coming out to serve to try to stay in the championships at 2-5 down very, very shortly. Well, it's fascinating to look at both the strengths and weaknesses of both the players out there, but at the moment it's definitely one-way traffic, isn't it, Matt, in terms of what Serena's putting out on the court?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to, now that we know she's up 5, to be interested to see if she can close it out, having not closed it out on serve. It'll be definitely interesting. But the Serena backhand, just out of a technical aspect, are you a fan of the open stance backhand that the Williams sisters, sometimes they hit an open stance backhand without having to hit an open stance backhand? You should really step in with your right foot if you're a right-hander, but they have sort of chosen to not always do that. Is that something that juniors out there should be looking at doing, or is it a Williams sisters trait?
Well, the first time I saw somebody do it so naturally was Martina Hingis. It was at the Australian Open. I was walking around the practice courts, and I just kept looking. I'm like, there's something not quite normal with that backhand, and I couldn't figure it out because the motion is so good. And then I looked down, and she was open stance on all these backhands. What I like to focus on is balance. Are you balanced? Are you not falling over? I don't think that you want to do it just for the sake of doing it. It's good on a wide backhand to not go too far wide into the court.
OK, thank you very much for that, Craig. We're going to stop you there because we're going to head straight out to the comms box and hand you back to Rob and Anne, who are going to take us through what could potentially be the final game.
Yes, thanks very much, Annabelle. Serena Williams just one game away from a 21st Grand Slam title and completing the non-calendar slam that we've all been talking about and boring her silly with over the last couple of weeks. 2 breaks of serve in this set. However, the Spaniard has refused to read the entire script for this set because she has just broken Serena's serve. And Anne, that break, compared to how the rest of the set was unfolding, came out of nowhere.
It did, because we just felt Serena was on her way. She was out there. She looked composed, ready to serve for the match. And Muguruza came out with a few shots. Serena was a little loose. Muguruza now serving at 30-15. And, you know, if she's looking at the scoreboard, she might think she's down and out. She may as well open up her shoulders even more and hit the ball even harder and deeper into the corners if that is possible. But really, a lot of these games have been going by so quickly. That's been the most surprising aspect of this match for me, that we haven't seen tighter games. Not many of them have gone to juice. Well, maybe Serena's getting a little uptight. She got a little uptight in the French Open final where she was a set and a break up, allowed Lucy Safarova back into the match before she regrouped in a third. But she might be having a little mental blip here. I don't think it's enough for Muguruza to really come back and win this second set, though.
No, because she's still got one spare break of serve, if you like. Muguruza serving for the game to reduce the deficit to 5-3, at which point Serena would serve for the match. What's gone wrong for the Spaniard from 4-3 up, looking like she's making a great match of it? What's changed in the dynamic of the match?
Well, Serena's just got better and better. That's part of the problem, and it's a problem a lot of other players experience. Sometimes your opponent is just too good and does everything that you do much better. There were a few loose errors, but then more forced errors from Muguruza rather than unforced errors. In this second set, she's only hit 4 unforced errors, which isn't very many whatsoever. But Serena Williams has hammered down 16 winners past the Spaniard. So, you know, Serena is doing what Serena does.
Talking about Serena Williams, she just won a point there, so it's 40-30 on the Muguruza serve. Muguruza serving 2-5 down in the second, having lost the first 6-4. How unusual is this, to be watching a player at the top of her game at the age of 33? I mean, we can have a relevant discussion about this tomorrow. It's just gone to juice, so Serena's now just 2 points away potentially from wrapping up the match in straight sets. We could talk about how great Roger Federer is for the age of 33. That's our discussion for tomorrow. But how difficult is it to play at this level into your early 30s?
I wish I could answer that, but I retired when I was 29. Maybe I should have kept going. But it's incredible to see. Serena really has... you know, she hasn't overplayed throughout her career. A lot of the players who achieved big things back in the day, like Martina Navratilova, like Chris Evert, would often play singles and doubles. So a lot more matches, you know, becomes a lot more tiring. But yet Martina Navratilova was the last player to win, was the oldest champion here at Wimbledon. More than a few years ago, at the age of 33 as well, I believe. But Muguruza has just held on to her serve. It is now 5-3. This is something we are witnessing, really one of the game's true greats. Serena Williams, I think, has always had an advantage because of her athletic abilities, more so than a lot of the other female players out there on tour. You just can't underestimate how strong she is and how quick she is around the court too. For me, that is her biggest strength.
And you can tell, I've been going down to watch her knocking up at Arangi before the matches and on some of the outside courts. When you're standing much closer to her on the practice court than you would be in the competitive arena, she just looks so big and so toned. I mean, I wonder how much time she actually spends in the gym and how much of it is just her natural makeup. I mean, she's almost got the physique of of a boxer. There just isn't 1 ounce of unused energy or muscle there. Double fault from Serena at the start of that one. Remember, we saw 3 in the very first game, which led to Muguruza's break of serve. But that was a long time ago now in terms of how the dynamic of the match has gone. Serena serving with Muguruza having taken 1 point in this. Serena serving for the match. Love 30. I'm sure you've gathered that by the noise of the crowd. They've only had, what, 1 hour, 13 minutes, and they'd absolutely love the Spaniard to get back on level terms. But she just seems to be so strong. How much of that is natural and how much of it comes from working in the gym?
Well, a lot of it is natural. I mean, she has a completely different physique to her big sister Venus, and so that gives her a natural advantage. But I know she works very hard in the gym too, off the court, because I've witnessed it. I've seen her lifting those big weights. Although I also think over the last few years, since she started working with Patrick Mouratoglou, she's been even more focused on looking after her body and just being a little smarter with how she goes about her training, as well as how she plays matches tactically. Muguruza now has 3 break points on Serena's serve, so maybe we shouldn't have written her off.
Well, if this does turn out to be one of the great comebacks, or even if Muguruza takes this to a third set from 5-1 down in the second, it would be absolutely extraordinary. As we continue chatting, you will hear an almighty roar if she does manage to get this one. Serena's saved one of those break points with an ace, but the Spaniard has definitely got the crowd on her side. And even if she does lose this match without forcing it into a third set, really good that she's showing at the tail end of this second set some of the quality and the class that has got her to this final in the first place, because she's going to come off the back of this Wimbledon, win or lose, in the world's top 10 for the first time. And we're seeing the emergence of a big new star, potentially 30-40.
Yeah, she's got the game that can take her a very long way. I mean, everyone was talking about Eugenie Bouchard this time last year in the same way that we're talking about Garbiñe Muguruza. So hopefully all the other things that come with success do not distract her. Serena Williams has just hit another ace. We're back to deuce now. That was her 11th ace of the match. But just going back quickly, just on what you said about Serena's physique, I believe Serena Williams, whatever sport she competed at or trained for at a high level, she would have been very successful. Whether she was been a track athlete, a footballer, maybe basketballer, I don't know, she would have been very good. She's just hit another ace, and now she has her first match point of the championship points.
And I wonder how much emotion we might see from Serena. She has played down this non-calendar slam, but she is 1 serve, 1 ace, 1 winning point away from holding all 4 Grand Slam titles at exactly the same time. Only the greatest of the greats managed to do that once in a career, but this would be a second time for Serena. And can't help but look at the action. Neither can I. She saved it. Muguruza has taken it back to deuce, and the crowd applaud. They want to eke out every single second of this match. We are on the verge of witnessing Serena Williams producing an incredible moment in tennis history, in sporting history, but Muguruza's still digging in.
That was utterly fearless from Muguruza. She fired some big forehands into the corner of Serena Williams' forehand. I thought Serena Williams' grunt went up a few decibels there. You can tell she really wants it. Muguruza, she's just hit a cracking return off a big Serena Williams serve. Deep straight through the middle, which caught Serena Williams off guard, and she had to dig that one out, but missed long. So break point once again to Muguruza.
Amazing. From championship point to break point, and the Spaniard is refusing to lie down here and join in the Americans' celebrations as all the plaudits, all the journalists already scripting their headlines for the 21st Grand Slam, the non-calendar slam. My goodness me, Serena Williams serving at break point. She leads 5-3. This would give Muguruza an opportunity to level things if she manages to convert this break point.
She is challenging a call. The line judge called her shot out. It was a second serve return forehand. She just overplayed on the baseline, and Hawkeye confirms it is out. So we're back to deuce.
Wow. So still Serena Williams is 2 points away from getting her hands on the Rosewater dish for a 6th occasion. One other thing we should talk about, which the commentators on the BBC were touching on, Martina's titles at Wimbledon span 12 years, which is phenomenal. And we know she won 9 in total. This would be Serena's 6th, but spanning 13 years. How impressive is that, should Serena find these next 2 points?
And she's dominated the women's game for over a decade. I mean, it really is quite incredible to see. When Serena won her first Grand Slam back in 1999, Garbine Muguruza was just 5 years old. Yeah, but this woman, Muguruza, had posters of Serena Williams up in her bedroom. You know, Serena Williams was the player she looked up to, and it must be a great feeling to be out there in your first Grand Slam final, challenging the very best and your idol. Sorry, there's an epic point going on. I'm distracted. I don't know where to look.
Just look at the tennis and keep talking. I'm enthralled.
Oh, an epic point. Muguruza all over the shot, but Serena Williams dumps a forehand into the bottom of the net. Muguruza's box. Everyone, her coach, her trainer, everyone's on their feet. She's hanging in. This is the longest game of the match. I was just saying earlier how
By far.
quickly the games had been going, but this one, the longest by far, yes.
So she's had championship points. Muguruza's had break points, and the Spaniard once again is just 1 point away from reducing that deficit and returning the double break. Serena Williams had 2 breaks of serve early on. Muguruza's got 1 of them back. This is an opportunity to get the second and then serve for 5-all. My goodness me.
Yeah,
well, we thought it might be all over. 1 hour, 19 minutes of action, and arguably the last 4 or 5 minutes in this game has been amongst the most entertaining we've seen, because some of the rallies have been, well, pretty short. Most of the points have been over quite quickly. The fist pump there from Muguruza. She has broken back. She trails 5-4. Remember, she was 5-1 down, double breakdown, and she has somehow managed to keep this match alive. The 20-time Grand Slam champion had championship points, but not for very long. Well, if the 21-year-old Spaniard is to lose this match, she has already proven that she has bottle to spare. And as Venus looks on without a smile on her face, from somewhere, somehow, Garbine Muguruza has managed to get herself back into this match. And what if?
What if?
Surely not from 5-1. Surely not against a 20-time Grand Slam champion. Could she?
Gosh, really, I don't know. I'm sure she's taking a few deep breaths there, as is Serena Williams. I mean, coming back from a set and 5-1 down at any stage of the tournament is a great achievement, let alone a Grand Slam final. But Serena, she's broken Muguruza several times in this match. I don't know, I think her experience will come through.
So, Muguruza serving 4-5 down in the second set. Serena's taken the first, we know that. 2 breaks of serve for each player in this set alone. Championship points saved by Muguruza. She now has to take her own service game to ensure we go to 5 games all. The 21-year-old is clinging on for dear life here, but she's producing great entertainment, and there will be a few more installments to come before the end of this set, whichever way it goes.
Thank you very much, Rob and Anne. What a fantastic job they're doing in the commentary box, and what excitement out on centre court, Matt. 3 games in a row on the comeback trail for Garbine Muguruza. And I guess it's often the case when a player's back is against the wall, they suddenly just raise their level as the pressure comes off a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously Serena got a little bit tighter, it looked like, but Muguruza, she's very committed to her game plan, which is take the ball as early as she can, hit the forehand not as hard as she can, but hit it cross court, bring Serena out of the court, and then go down the line with it. But I think I'm even more impressed with her backhand, because she really leans into the backhand, and then also her defensive skills. Not many players that are that aggressive can defend as well as Muguruza does, off of both sides as well. And she hasn't even learned yet to let her left hand go in the volleys, yes, but even on that backhand side, she still has another 2-3 feet where she can reach out and hit a one-handed slice backhand.
OK, we're going to go straight back to Rob and Anne in the commentary box, because I believe Serena Williams has 3 championship points.
We're back.
Well, no sooner have we taken the headphones off, ready to enjoy Muguruza serving to level the match at 5-all. Serena Williams, once again, has championship points and 2 to spare. Love 40 on the Muguruza serve.
It's over. Serena Williams has won. Muguruza's forehand has gone wide. I'm pretty sure Hawkeye will confirm that forehand was out. What's happening?
Well, the match does appear to be over. It did look as though there would be a challenge, but now the embrace. What a moment for Serena Williams. She has, for the second time in her life, completed the non-calendar slam. She is the reigning US Open, Australian Open, French Open, and Wimbledon champion. A salute to the skies, a wave to the crowd. Of course, from a neutral's perspective, it would have been wonderful if Muguruza had managed to level at 5-all and maybe even take us into a third set. But everybody who's able to stand here in centre court is on their feet in recognition, surely, of witnessing the greatest female player ever to lift a tennis racket, one shy of Steffi Graf's 22 Grand Slam titles. Venus, is that the hint of a tear in her eye? No longer tied with her sister on 5 Wimbledon titles, because Serena is now on 6 of the best, and it's a dance of delight from this wonderful, charismatic, powerful, unstoppable champion.
I'm just waiting for Venus Williams to crack a bigger smile. I mean, this is a moment everyone on this court should never forget. I mean, what Serena Williams has achieved has been incredible. Sad times for Muguruza, but what a fortnight it's been for her. Tears of sadness, but I'm sure she'll look back and reflect on how well she's played in this tournament. There are bigger things to come for Garbina Muguruza.
And from 5-1 down in the second set, to produce a double break and to even give herself and the crowd and the millions of people watching around the country the thought for a fleeting second as though she could go deep into this second set, that showed great, great character. It's been a massive, massive breakthrough fortnight for Muguruza, and she thoroughly deserves her new ranking on Monday morning of world's top 10.
Yes, she does. She's only going to climb up higher. She'll hit the rankings at number 9. Gosh, they've already engraved Serena Williams' name onto the honours board there. Yeah, they're pretty swift and prompt here at Wimbledon at the All England Club.
Amazing. Well, we're watching Serena just toweling down and preparing to gather herself for her 6th winner's speech. The first here came back in 2002. And I wonder, Anne, when we do get a chance to hear her speak, if not with her interview that's live on Centre Court, maybe with some of the television interviews afterwards, I wonder what she will say about completing the non-calendar slam for the second time. Understandably, she's played it down, but really, she must have been thinking about it. She must have known there was a slice of tennis history for the taking here today in the sunshine of London.
Yeah, well, she wanted to play. She's been playing it down for months, not just at this tournament. She certainly wants to achieve this calendar slam. That's what keeps her motivated. That's what challenges her now. She's won everything there is to win, but she needs to set herself bigger, better goals.
We will join the scenes, the sights and the sounds of the familiar presentation here on Centre Court. It's been happening for well over a century, and it is one of the great traditions in global sport.
First, please show your appreciation for the chair umpire, Alison Hughes. Now to the runner-up, Gabinia Muguruza.
Huge ovation for the 21-year-old. And you suspect she'll be back. She moves into the world's top 10 for the first time in her career as a result of her run at Wimbledon over the last 2 weeks. And she could well be there to stay for a very long time.
I think so. She'll be in the top 10 for quite a few years.
And it's more the crowd's reaction to her than the defeat that's bringing the odd tear to her eye at the moment. Serena standing to applaud her as well. And the courage that she showed in that 9th game of that second set was truly outstanding. And she really has brought and is bringing a freshness and a sparkle and an exuberance to the women's game. And she's a huge, great addition to it.
And the Wimbledon champion of 2015, Serena Williams.
But the champion is the champion. Because even when you serve 3 double faults in the first game, you don't lose faith. And you know that, by and large, nearly always, it all comes right in the end. So let's hear a few words now from the runner-up.
Gabinia, I hope you realise now how special your performances have been here on centre court and how much everyone has appreciated your play here this championship. Have you enjoyed your time on centre court?
I enjoyed a lot. I mean, I cannot talk. I don't have words to say how I feel. You know, I'm very proud and happy to be here playing in front of you. Amazing crowd. You support me a lot, and I can feel it so much.
And you were saying before how you didn't know how to prepare for grass. Is it now your favourite surface?
Yes. Well, in Spain we don't have that much grass, but I'm going to change things now.
And also, you've proved now how that you love the big stage, you love the big occasion. You enjoyed yourself. You started so well.
Yeah, I love to play in big courts. I mean, a Grand Slam final for me is, you know, a dream come true. And well, I also want to say congrats to Serena. She's still showing us that she's world number 1.
I think you've proved that you're going to be back in many more finals and will win many more trophies. Congratulations on a fabulous tournament. Gabinia Muguruza. How does it feel to have hands on that trophy again?
It feels so good. It's been a little while, and you really appreciate holding it, but I have to give thanks to Jehovah God for today. I just really relied on his strength. And Gabine, she played so well. I didn't even know it was over because she was fighting so hard in the end. I was like, okay, do I have to serve again? So congratulations. Don't be sad. You'll be holding this trophy very, very soon. Believe me, you're a great champ. So I'm just so excited.
It sort of spoiled your moment at the end, though, didn't it? You didn't know what had happened.
No, I mean, I'm just happy, you know, it was such a great match. And thanks to everyone in my box, my coach, my mom, my sisters, my friends for always coming out and supporting. And I love you all so much. I couldn't have done this without you, so thank you so much.
And also, we can now mention the S word, the Serena Slam. It's happened.
I can't believe I'm standing here with another Serena Slam, so it's really cool. You guys helped me get through it. I heard all you guys. I heard all the I love yous. I love you more. Thank you so much. It's been such a great crowd and a pleasure and an honor to give so many years in this unbelievable stadium, so thank you guys.
Winning the Serena Slam, it's tremendous motivation, but also immense pressure. Did you feel it?
There was definitely a little pressure towards the end, but I think Gavin just started playing really well and started hitting some great shots, and so that made it even harder, and I just thought, okay, just stay out here and do the best you can.
Get ready for the G word coming up. No, we won't go there. No, we won't go. Don't start talking about the Grand Slam, that's for sure. But you see, you know, you've come back, and won't mention age as well, but you seem to be enjoying your tennis more than ever.
Yeah, I'm having so much fun out here, you know. I just never dreamt I would be out here still, and let alone winning and having so much fun. So every day is a pleasure and a joy for me to be out here playing and winning Wimbledon. Oh my gosh.
Well, enjoy your win and your celebrations. Ladies and gentlemen, Serena Williams.
Well, emotional scenes out there on centre court, and it's been a very, very special day for Garbine Muguruza, who certainly played her part in this final, which turned into a really exciting last few moments of the match, wondering whether she could come back from 5-1 in that final set to level the score at 5-all. But it was Serena Williams-Matz who just had too much experience at the end of the day. Just give us your initial thoughts.
Yeah, too much. I mean, at the end, she should have really won it. Of course, when she's up 5-1, she should win it, but dropping serve twice in a row, that happened against Heather Watson, but it doesn't happen to Serena Williams. But yeah, I think it's a great victory for her. I thought she played a really, really good finals, winning that first set. She really shouldn't have won that first set because Muguruza was the better player for most of it, but then she still ended up winning 6-4. So I really liked what she said in her speech there, acknowledging her runner-up opponent, Garbine Muguruza, in a way, because obviously Muguruza is very sad. There were a few tears there, but I think she was so spontaneous, Serena, when she said, "Don't worry, don't cry, you're going to win it again, win it one time at some point." That's it. She didn't think that up. That just happened. And I think Muguruza, it made her feel a lot better. It would make anyone feel a lot better. Unfortunately, you would have to say Garbine Muguruza will most probably not win her first Grand Slam beating Serena Williams in a finals at Wimbledon, because I don't know how long she's going to keep playing for, but this was a good chance for Muguruza, obviously. But again, Serena Williams, it's amazing how she can suddenly just turn it up a notch and break serve to win the Wimbledon Championship after having lost her serve twice. That should make you choke, and not at all when she came back out.
Yes, well, she looks extremely happy, and this is that very special, very traditional moment where the new Wimbledon champion will walk around the centre court, being led by the chief executive this time, Richard Lewis, who's going to take her to all sides of the court so that everyone can get their photographs of the great champion with that beautiful Venus Rosewater Rose Bowl. And that's, I think, was that Nicola Sturgeon with Martina Navratilova? I think it was. And it's going to take a long time to wipe the smile off Serena Williams' face, I think, as she said she's got her hands back on this trophy. First time match since 2012. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
It is hard to believe. It is hard to believe, definitely. Her results last year, French Open, losing to Muguruza 6-2, 6-2, and then losing here to Alizé Cornet, and then coming back, winning the French Open, winning here. It's incredible. And again, the Serena Slam has been achieved for the second time in her career. Of course, Martina Navratilova achieved that once as well. Steffi Graf took it a step further, winning the calendar Grand Slam, the Golden Slam with the Olympic gold, but I don't think that should matter that much. I think Serena needs to go to the US Open, win it, tie Steffi Graf, and then we can start talking about who really is the greatest female player. But I love the interaction she has with her players these days. I really do. I think she's gained a lot of respect in the locker room and with her fellow opponents. I mean, these are great scenes.
Yeah, it really is. And there's Andrew Jarrett, the tournament referee, taking Garbine Muguruza around the other side, around the reverse side, and they've just crossed paths as they went through, as Garbine, rather proudly, as she should do, is showing off her runner-up plate to the audiences as well. And as Serena said, she may well have her name on that Champions Trophy in her day. You'd have to think that she's 21 now, and what she's achieved already in the sport, you sort of feel that maybe a new star was born today out on centre court.
Yeah, I think so. I really do. I mean, she fought hard. She played well. She will win a Grand Slam. I think that's a great move by the All England Tennis Club to ask the runner-up to walk around, because that's going to ease the pain so much after having tears in your eyes.
So the special presentation is over. They're going to pack their bags up and make their way back through the clubhouse. They'll probably stop to talk to some of the club members and dignitaries who were in the Royal Box today, and then they'll make their way back to the locker room. And there's a very nice moment. Serena Williams just trying to tug at the arm of Garbine Muguruza. And these photographs are definitely worth something, aren't they? Because I have to say, it's a piece of history. You cannot underestimate, Mats, what Serena Williams has achieved in the women's game. I mean, it's just absolutely breathtaking.
Yes, it's unbelievable. I think that she will feel some pain, though, Garbine Muguruza, for a while. Obviously, those tears will most probably keep coming. They'll return again at some point in the next...
Well, that's a new one. I haven't seen that before.
Ooh, be careful, Serena.
I think that tells you what sort of mood she's in. Well, that's quite a photograph, actually. I wonder if anybody captured that on their cameras, with Serena Williams balancing the Rose Bowl on her head. But just try and put into words, really, what you think that she and her sister, and we'll just have a quick look at some pictures of Patrick Mouratoglou, who has played his part in her achievements, of course, because she called him up, didn't she, after that first round loss or second round loss at the French Open to Virginie Rosano a couple of years back at the French Open. And it's from that moment on she has taken her game to another level.
She has, she definitely has, and I think her coach Patrick Mouratoglou has really helped, because she wasn't looking that good. She was still winning a bit, but I think the last couple of years, and the thing is that she's had some down periods. I mean, losing to Muguruza last year, that was a heavy loss. Losing to Ana Ivanovic at the Australian Open last year, that was a heavy loss. And then, of course, Alizé Cornet here last year. All of them, it's not that easy to pick somebody up, even a great champion like Serena, to pick her up, make her motivated, to keep working hard, because she played a horrible French Open this year, and she managed to win anyway. And she played well here at Wimbledon. Not great, but she played well, and it's like she's just a great player. She doesn't even have to play great anymore. She's just a great player, and she knows how to win. And that, I think, has a lot to do with her coach, and obviously her whole staff, or team, should we call the people around her that keep supporting her and give her this freedom that I think we see when she's won this match here, this tournament. That's a spontaneous happiness that I don't think I've really seen in Serena before.
Yes, it was real jumping for joy, wasn't it, out on centre court? And what is that now, 28 consecutive Grand Slam victories in a row? It is quite extraordinary what she is achieving, and you just wonder what it's going to take to stop her, because of course now she's just one Grand Slam away from equaling Steffi Graf, and that is going to be extra motivating for her at the US Open.
It's going to be extra motivating, and right now she's the oldest person to have won a singles Grand Slam, and she might hold that for as much as 24 hours, because Roger Federer is waiting behind the scenes to break that record, another record. But it's incredible. And we had somebody, I can't remember who it was up here, I think that was John McEnroe, of course. It was very intelligent words from Mr. McEnroe. He said, well, also we have to realize that Serena, her career has been much longer than, let's say, Steffi Graf's and some of the other. Martina Navratilova, of course, played for a very long time, but a lot of the other women that Serena was competing against, Martina Hingis, of course, is back now, but she stopped playing singles. Justine Henin stopped very early. Amélie Mauresmo stopped quite early as well. So I think that Serena, she's shown that you can play into your mid-30s, and look what can happen if you keep pushing on and keep motivating yourself, you can achieve records that no one else has achieved. And it has to do with her dominating, but it also has to do with her winning, 15 years later.
Yeah. Well, here we are just inside the clubhouse, and that's her name on the board once again. So her 6th Wimbledon title. And that is a beautiful picture, isn't it? All smiles, and following on from Petra Kvitova last year, Marion Bartley in 2013. Of course, her last victory here being 2012. And as I said, it's just hard to believe that it's been 3 years since she had her name back on that trophy again. But there she is talking to Philip Brook, the chairman of the All England Club. And as I said, she's now going to make her way back up that staircase and through the clubhouse. It's such a special clubhouse with all those beautiful trophies in that glass cabinet there, the flowers, and there will be the guests at the top of that staircase who've enjoyed all the entertainment, and then along the long corridor back towards the locker room. And she'll take the applause from the guests in the Royal Box today.
Yeah,
there's Jana Novotná, just in the background there. There she is, former champion herself.
Get a little photo in there as well, photo up. Yeah, 2012, if you go back, remember that summer. She won the Olympics as well, singles and doubles, and of course she won the Wimbledon championships as well, so.
There's going to be hugs and smiles, and you kind of think that the partying is going to go on for quite some time. Yes, do it again. Is that Renee Stubbs there? I think that is Renee Stubbs.
That is Renee Stubbs.
Thanks. Yeah. They all want to have a piece of Serena Williams now. What a buzz inside that clubhouse. I've heard
Francesca Ricci-Bitti from of course, the president of the International Tennis Federation right there. Does he get a hug? Yes, he does. Well done.
Richard Lewis, once again, he's going to escort her back to the locker room. It's quite a walk, actually. It's along that long corridor. She's then going to go past a lot of photographs of all the former champions. And is that Pam Cross? No. Who's that? That is Judy Dalton, I think. Yes, former Australian champion. Oh, some pictures there breaking up. But now, as you can see, the crowds are gathering outside the clubhouse. There's that beautiful balcony where those guests we've just seen inside the clubhouse can make their way out onto. They can enjoy tea and drinks out there. They're going to bring her out here, and she can do the photographs for everyone who's waited patiently for this moment. So what a scene that is. Isn't that absolutely fantastic?
When was this started, this tradition of coming out onto that balcony? Because that wasn't the case, obviously in the 80s and the 90s, and it started sometime in the last, what, 10 years maybe?
Yeah,
you don't remember the moment, do you?
I don't remember when it started, but I do remember Andy Murray coming out there when he won it in 2013, and look at that. I mean, that is unbelievable. I've never seen quite so many people. She's so excited. I'm really panicking that she's going to drop it over the balcony. She's jumping up and down with so much joy. Well, that was, well, he's trying to guide her back in, I think. It seems as if that might have been quite a brief moment.
But all I can say is at this time, at some point soon, she's going to start thinking, can I please have a glass of champagne? Because I think you like to start celebrating just a little bit. They are professional athletes. Finely tuned athletes, but I would think
well, I just
even
hope
they would enjoy a champagne glass.
I'm sure they will. I just hope that all the people who are out there waiting had their cameras ready, because they didn't get much opportunity to get that photograph. It was a rather brief moment. There's her agent, Jill Smoller, who's a former tour player herself and has been guiding her career off the court as well, so she must be absolutely delighted. Well, I think he's already asking for the trophy back again, and she doesn't want to give it. Not ready yet. Okay, well, we've got some shots of her. The camera's now in front of Serena as she's going to make that journey back to the locker room. Okay, well, it's time now we can have a look at the match summary, because it was a straight sets victory. And as we expected, Matt, that serve was going to be very, very key today. 12 aces to 3 from Garbine Muguruza. But the 8 double faults, they were pretty key as well for Serena Williams, but perhaps not as high a first serve percentage as you would have expected from Serena.
Yeah, I mean, really not great numbers, and it'll be interesting to hear what Craig O'Shaughnessy has to say about it, because I think statistically, this is most probably the worst match he played in the whole tournament. Statistically, that is. 54% first serves in is not high. That's really low. 78% of first serves won. That's okay. That's pretty high. 35% of second serve points won. That means that Muguruza did a great job returning Serena's second serve. Obviously, she had 8 break points, broke 5 times. That's pretty good. 7 out of 9 net approach points won. That's good percentage as well. 29 winners. I think that's where the story is that she was, in the end of it, she was more aggressive, way more aggressive than Muguruza, and really didn't give Muguruza a chance to be more aggressive herself.
Well, here she is once again. As I said, it's quite a long journey back from that clubhouse, and she's just overlooking the members' enclosure there, and that's that long corridor. She's waving to everyone as she goes, and I believe she's about to bump into her coach, Patrick Mouratoglou. There he is. And there's a big hug for him because, as we were just saying here, what a difference he's made to her game. He's been such a supporter on and off the court, and he must be absolutely delighted. There's her hitting partner, her new hitting partner, of course, because Sasha Bejan, her former hitting partner, has gone to join the Azarenka camp. And I'm not quite sure who that is. But special moments and friends who were in the player box, family. I'm sure her mum is going to be there as well, Matt.
You would think so. You would think so. But she's been around, obviously, Mom, and it's obviously. I mean, it's obviously great moments for Serena. Great moments for the team. Takes so many more than just a player these days. But yeah, there's a special relationship the two of them have. He's really gotten her to perform and play her best tennis, motivate her in tennis, and most probably off the court just a little bit as well, because you can't just be happy on the court and not enjoy the life off the court. But she seems to be enjoying most of life these days.
Yes, as I said before, I think the celebrations are going to go on and on and on. I don't think I've ever seen Serena Williams quite as happy as she seems right now.
No, that's what I've felt on the court. I mean, it looks like she was nearly surprised, and maybe she can back up what she's been saying all the way during the championship. I'm not thinking about anything. I'm not thinking about the Serena Slam. You keep asking me about it. That's why I keep answering about it, but I'm not thinking about it. And with these pictures, maybe she was actually telling the truth. I mean, is it possible? But it looks like she was really just genuinely surprised that she won it.
Yeah, ecstatically happy. Okay, thank you very much for that, Matt. So we now know the ladies' champion here at Wimbledon for 2015 is Serena Williams, and tomorrow it's going to be Novak Djokovic up against Roger Federer, the world #1 up against the world #2. But for now, we're going to catch up with a little piece of Wimbledon history with Rob.
To celebrate 80 amazing years on centre court, Robinsons are bringing a taste of the championship to tennis fans, giving you the chance to win fantastic prizes like a VIP day at Wimbledon. 8 giant tennis balls have been hidden around Britain for the Great Robinsons Ball Hunt, each in a location proudly associated with Wimbledon history. For those who find them comes the chance to go home with a tennis gift to savour. Ball 2 was hidden in Plymouth. The famous nautical city was the birthplace for one of Wimbledon's most famous ladies' champions. Angela Mortimer had already lost one final at the spiritual home of tennis when she returned in 1961 for a second chance at sporting greatness. Here was a West Country woman destined to become a household name in a match which gripped the nation. 1961 saw the first all-British final in almost half a century. It was the hottest ticket in town. After losing her first final in '58, this was the one Angela Mortimer wanted. From a set and 4-3 down against youngster Christy Truman-Janes, she rose and won it in 3. A lifetime of work defined by a day. Over the last 80 years, Robinsons have been on court to share the memories, and this year you could be here too. Join the Great Robinsons Ball Hunt for your chance of a VIP day at Wimbledon. There is no finer place to be for tennis.
welcome to day 11 of the championships, where it was the men's turn to fight for a place in the Wimbledon final. The feeling of the day as play came to a close was one of heartbreak. There were blue skies above SW19 and fans came out in force to support their heroes. The energy and excitement around both semi-finals was palpable. 3 ex-champions, including the home favourite, all in action. Number 1 seed Novak Djokovic began proceedings against Richard Gasquet, keeping cool under the afternoon sun and racing his way into Sunday's final. Next up was the hugely anticipated matchup between Andy Murray and Roger Federer, a repeat of their classic 2012 final, but which way would it go? By mid-afternoon, Murray Mania had taken hold, our atmospheric readings on the hill hitting huge peaks before the match. And as the 2 Wimbledon favourites stepped out, centre court greeted both men with a roar of applause like no other. Our superfan was swept away by the occasion, her heart pounding for what was to be an enthralling match. Despite the crowd's passionate support for Andy Murray, it was the classy Federer that came out on top. Now his focus is firmly on a record 8 titles here at the All England club. It's all set for a thrilling final weekend at Wimbledon, starting tomorrow with the ladies' final. Make sure you join Jaguar as we capture all the emotion as it happens.
I am a corner of a green and pleasant land. I am the gateway to a great city. I am as natural as the grass beneath these feet. I am a wonder of science. I am old. I am new. I am known across the world. I am global in scale. I am every single detail of every single piece of me. From each sweep of the broom at day's end to the sweetest stroke of day's play. I am home to those who shine in the light and home to those who prepare the way. I am every day of the year, but those days serve these days. My fortnight in high summer. Other days are countdowns to these moments, my moments. I am Wimbledon.
Brilliant.
It's men's semi-final day.
First day at Wimbledon.
Ever. Do you enjoy it?
I just really loved it.
2 absolutely epic matches.
Just excited to dance.
I said, oh, it's all right, I'll sit home and watch it on the video. And you said, are you kidding?
Glad you came.
Yeah. Mr. Know-it-all, bossy boots, just like your mum.
Djokovic versus... There's Holly Valance.
Shirley Bassey. How lovely to see her.
That's Charles Dance from...
Game of Thrones, he's doing his baddie look.
I can't recognise him without a goblet.
Do your best, Evil.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Yeah.
I think I get a double chin when I do an evil there.
I look like I'm constipated.
Maybe we should just have.
Give us your Captain Hook scary look.
I can't do it just off the top of my head like
Prima
that.
donna.
No.
Prima
Hey,
donna.
Prima donna, dear.
Yeah.
You got it.
What might ritual be? I think I'd employ the technique of the shaman from Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom.
I would probably do a little shake.
Shabba yum, shabba yum, shabba. But I think the chair umpire would have something to say about that.
That was gonna,
Wow.
What a perfect specimen of a human you are, Djokovic. I'm so jealous.
Murray, Federer.
Must be so much pressure, man.
Weight of the world on his shoulders.
Oh! Did Federer get his racket from a joke shop? Does it, like, extend?
She's shouting at him or is he shouting at her?
Screaming the shopping list at her. Avocados, Andy! We need more tissue paper!
I can just imagine what she feels like watching you when you were doing that live show, the bank job. I had my heart in my mouth every second
Yeah, I
of
had my heart in my
every show.
mouth quite a lot of seconds of that as well, actually.
Tense game, all time.
Your hat looks great, by the way.
Thanks. Come on, this is a really important point.
Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
Let's take everyone out for some Prosecco. That's what cheers us up.
So this is 2014.
Those two played each other in the final.
This is what we're going to see on Sunday.
Who won? Go on.
Your man, Mr. Djokovic.
Does Boris Becker there, does he coach
coaches
anyone?
Djokovic.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
You got to have some really good hair gel for that look, haven't you? Or he blow dries it upside down.
Oh yeah, apparently that just.
Is it 8 times?
It will be if he wins.
Will be if he wins this year.
Beats Pete Sampras, who's got 7.
This weekend is the biggest weekend of tennis in the year.
I really want to support Djokovic. You want to support Federer.
Do you think we'll fall out?
Somebody's got to win.
It's a game.
You're not
It's
gonna
a
have
game.
a
No, nothing.
You're a bad loser.
It's just a game of tennis, you know.
I'm not wild about losing, I'll be honest with you. This is one of my favourite things.
Yeah, my baby boy.
Well, that is one final today complete, but don't go anywhere because we're just about to start another one. Yes, it's the final of the gentlemen's doubles, and it features this guy. Andy might be out of the tournament, but Jamie Murray is very much still in it. Yes, he and his partner, John Pears, they've been together since just after the 2013 Australian Open. Judy Murray is courtside, of course, to watch her elder son. They are taking on Jean-Julien Roger and Horia Tecau in this men's doubles final. Of course, Jamie Murray is a mixed doubles champion here once before, winning with Jelena Jankovic in 2007. But what a wonderful opportunity, Adam, for Jamie Murray to have a chance of the glory here at Wimbledon one year. Andy is out of the championships. I'm sure he wouldn't have wished for that, but it's a chance for him to really have the spotlight for 1 year.
Certainly, and everyone was hoping, I think, that it was going to be a Murray brother in each of the singles final, then the doubles final. It's only Jamie who's flying the flag for the Murray clan today, but it is an interesting one, this one, for several reasons. There's a few interesting little dynamics kind of underneath the surface in this match. Jean-Julien Roger, one of Jamie Murray's opponents today, is a very good friend of Andy Murray. He lives in Miami. They spend a lot of time together. He was one of the few current tennis players, who was at Andy's wedding when he married Kim Sears. So there's a little bit of a dynamic there, perhaps divided loyalties from brother Andy. And Horia Tecau has been in the final at Wimbledon 3 times before and lost all 3 of those finals with his previous partner, the Swedish player Robert Lindstedt. So he will be desperate to win here at Wimbledon. He'd come so close, losing those 3 finals. They put in some great performances in those matches, but weren't able to win them. And Lindstedt now plays with a different partner and won the Australian Open. So he's won a Grand Slam, but Tecau hasn't. So there's a huge inspiration really for Tecau to try and win his first Grand Slam, because he's done a lot in the game, but he hasn't won a Grand Slam yet.
And we just saw that route to the final for Murray and Pears, and they've had 2 5-setters en route to this stage and 1 4-set, so it's not been plain sailing. And of course, one of those 5-setters came in the 3rd round, knocking out the defending champions, Vasek Pospisil and Jack Sock, who won this title last year. And we can now see Roger and Tecau's route to the final. They moved over pretty quickly after Klizan and Rossol retired in the 1st round. They then had a long 5-setter in the 2nd. They played Hewitt and Kokkinakis.
That was a great match.
Round.
I watched some of that. We did a couple of updates actually from that match, because it proved to be one of Leighton Hewitt's final matches, of course, on these courts here at the All England Club, and that was an absolutely fabulous performance for them to win that in straight sets, 2 tie-breaks as you saw there. That really set them on their way. I think it gave them so much confidence, because although they were the seeded pair, Hewitt and Kokkinakis, both great singles players, Hewitt's such a great competitor, always very difficult to beat in doubles, and I think they will have taken a lot of confidence from winning that match in straight sets.
Well, it is the Frenchman Pascal Maria who will be umpiring this gentlemen's doubles final, and the crowd still very much in force, looking forward to enjoying seeing a Brit trying to march to victory here. I think the big question on everyone's lips, there's Jamie's father, is whether or not Andy Murray is going to be in the box. We haven't really seen him yet. They spoke about it in press yesterday after Andy's semi-final loss, and he said he would talk to Jamie about it, because they make each other quite nervous when they watch the others' matches.
Interesting. Interesting to see if he pops up. I think it's just so good for these players because all four of them are double specialists, Piers and Murray, and then Tekau and Jean-Julien Roger. So it's great for them to play on this stage because at the Grand Slams, we know they get to play in the big stadiums, whereas at some of the other tournaments that they play throughout the rest of the year, they may not necessarily always to get to play on the big show courts in front of the big crowd. So for these players, they don't get to play in front of a crowd like this every single week of the year, whereas the singles players, they're more used to this. So it'll be interesting to see how they cope with the centre court crowd. Jamie, of course, has won the mixed doubles here, though, with Jelena Jankovic a few years ago, so he knows what it's like to win on centre court.
Yeah, and we just saw a sign of their box. No evidence of Andy Murray there just yet. Richard Krajicek was in their box, though, interestingly enough. And they'll soon be starting this match, so if you want to continue watching it, you can do so on BBC or ESPN. We won't be showing you live pictures here on Live at Wimbledon, but we will continue to keep you updated on everything that unfolds on centre court after we've already witnessed one dramatic final. Of course, Serena Williams has completed the Serena Slam for the second time in her career. She is the 2015 Wimbledon Ladies Champion. And I imagine there has been much reaction already as we welcome in our social media reporter, Catherine Whittaker. Praise, high praise indeed, I can only expect.
Absolutely, the highest of praise, really. I mean, plenty of notable people, notable players. Chris Evert has said on Serena Williams, her lows are lower than most champions, but boy are her highs higher, which I think is a very good point to make because so often we forget Serena is such an incredible champion. It's so easy to forget the incredible journey she's been on over many years. I mean, she was pretty much on her deathbed several years ago. She suffered from a pulmonary embolism. There were question marks over whether she would survive at the time. I remember hearing an incredible interview with Richard Williams, her father, saying she thought Serena was going to die. And second of all, whether she would ever come back to tennis and be a champion again. Incredible. Her sister obviously was murdered many years ago as well. She's been through pretty much as any champion ever can. So in the context of that, what she's achieving now is just all the more incredible. Plenty more like that. Andy Roddick has said, believe me, Serena's going to be thinking about the Grand Slam in about 5 minutes. It's been a real running theme of these championships that Serena doesn't want to talk about the Serena Slam or the Grand Slam. Of course, now she's done the Serena Slam. She's happy to talk about that. But the Grand Slam still seems to be off limits as a conversation topic. But Roddick there, speaking from experience, saying that he thinks that doesn't mean she won't be thinking about it. Plenty more. Pat Cash tweeted, I don't think Serena gets the credit she deserves. It's about time people appreciated her the way they do Federer. Very interesting, that one. And in fact, Carl Bierlich, a very good sports journalist, he tweeted, or perhaps 23% more than Federer, because that's how many more Grand Slams she has won than Federer. And of course, you can see below that Caroline Wozniacki tweeting her congratulations to Serena Williams. Plenty more where that came from. Jelena Djokovic, Novak's wife, tweeting her congratulations to Serena Williams there. She's obviously not concentrating too hard on what her husband has to do tomorrow. We've also got Madison Keys, congratulations Serena Williams, an excellent use of emojis there. And you can see the hashtag GOAT. I said earlier that hashtag GOAT was trending yesterday in relation to Roger Federer. Of course, that's standing for greatest of all time. Well, now it's trending in relation to Serena Williams, very interestingly. And look here, Venus Williams on Instagram. Another day, another Wimbledon title. Congrats, Serena Williams. And that, I think, was a photo she took on her phone from the players' box there. So wonderful, wonderful praise being heaped upon Serena Williams. A word also for Garbiñe Muguruza. Oh, just before I move on to Muguruza, this wonderful, this here is 4 pictures of each of her slam wins in that Serena Slam. The first one there from the US Open last year, top right, that's the Australian Open in January of this year. Bottom left, a moment of victory in Paris just a month ago, and bottom right just a few moments ago in Wimbledon.
What I like about Serena is she always reacts quite differently. We saw that little dance she was doing afterwards. She's quite an interesting character after her matches to see how she reacts. Sometimes she can be quite low-key. She doesn't jump around, but and as we've seen both those pictures there, each time she wins a Grand Slam, it seems to be a different experience for her.
Absolutely, and I think Mats and Annabelle were saying this was about the purest happiness that they'd seen from Serena in the moment of victory, and I think possibly that has to do with relief. I think she was feeling the pressure. I think it was clear from how that second set played out that there was a great deal of pressure on her shoulders, and she was aware of it. So I think the happiness and joy combined with relief meant she really was demonstrative in her celebrations, but must spare a few words and a few thoughts for Garbine Muguruza, because boy is there praise for her out there as well. Venus Kolbialik, again, Venus, Sharapova, Azarenka have 14 majors. They broke Serena a total of twice in the last 3 rounds. Muguruza broke her serve 3 times. I think that's very worth pointing out, because Serena's serve utterly imperious today and throughout the tournament. Here we also have Carol Bouchard saying, I kind of like that Muguruza was crying. She wants more, she thinks she can get more, and that's a good sign for the future. I would entirely echo that. I think it's fantastic to see her disappointed. Just like we were saying with Heather Watson last week, you want them to be disappointed that they didn't win. You want them to see an opportunity missed, because it shows that Muguruza, like Heather Watson last week, feels she can win matches like this, and she can be winning Grand Slams in the future.
Well, we saw Serena applauding Muguruza, didn't we? Which is just so lovely. She actually was applauding Heather Watson for certain shots during their match as well. She's a really honourable champion, and she obviously turned to her in that winning interview there with Sue Barker and said, please don't cry, this trophy will be yours one day, you're too good for it not to be. So she's just, you know, an absolutely wonderful person and a champion, and she's just doing unbelievable things for the history of this sport.
And this could be the start of a healthy rivalry as well, because if Serena keeps going for a few more years, I think Muguruza, a lot of people would agree, is going to be in a Grand Slam final again. So this could be, at the latter stages of Serena's career, another little rivalry that comes up, that bubbles up. I know she's got the rivalry with Sharapova and so many other players, but this could be a match that we all look forward to when we look at the draws and we see the players getting closer together. We're going to be looking for Muguruza and Williams now.
Absolutely, and I think the more rivalries Serena can have, all the better for the WTA Tour. That's exactly what they need, so I think it's a fantastic point. I must just share with you, I've been telling you all day and all of yesterday about these fantastic photos on the Wimbledon Instagram feed. Here are just a selection from the final, and just look at the expression that they've captured on Serena's face there. Just incredible. And another similar one here from midway through the match. I think that was at the turning point there in the first set. I mean, that is the face of an utterly determined champion, isn't it? I mean, can you imagine how she would have felt if she hadn't left with the trophy today? But there she is, just here, her moment of glory, and as we were saying, utter joy on her face. Really magnificent photos. And one other thing I just want to point out, it's not up quite yet because it's still happening as we speak, but do keep an eye on the Wimbledon Twitter feed, because they've got a periscope on the engraving of the trophy with Serena's name, which will be absolutely fascinating. It's amazing how quickly they get that done. So any minute now on the Wimbledon Twitter feed will appear a periscope of the engraving of the Wimbledon trophy with Serena Williams' name. So that's fantastic. And one final note to finish on. I know I quoted this statistic earlier, but I love it so much. It's just so illustrative. Just bear with me. Christopher Clary pointed out earlier that if Serena wins today, she'll be the oldest Wimbledon singles champion in Open era history, and of course that is now the case, and she's only beaten Martina Navratilova's record by a month. And then look, if Federer wins tomorrow, he will instantly break that record. Isn't that incredible? We could have that record broken twice in one weekend. Wouldn't that be amazing?
Yeah, it's just a phenomenal that we've got these two champions, both into their 30s, 33 and soon to be 34. You know, just breaking through the boundaries. Serena Williams has won her 21st Grand Slam here. She's one away from that iconic 22 from the Grand Slam, and Roger Federer is going for a historic 8th Wimbledon title. It is just quite spectacular what they are achieving here. Well, Catherine, thank you so much for your update. As always, we've still got the men's doubles final in progress, and we could just update you that's at the very early stages. It's 1-1 currently on centre court. We will keep you posted. But now some attention turns to the men's singles final that will be contested tomorrow on centre court. Roger Federer will be taking on Novak Djokovic. And yesterday, following his straight sets victory over Andy Murray, Roger came to talk to the world's media.
Played a lot of sets and a lot of matches in your career, but you played many better sets than that first set and many better matches than that full stop.
You know, the thing is, you can't compare different days, different opponents, different surfaces. At the end, you're just happy you're able to do it many times in a career or a few times in important moments. But then again, one set doesn't make the difference. If you play one great set and then you still end up losing, it wasn't worth anything. But today, clearly, I was able to to play very well from the start. I think the beginning was always going to be an important part of the game, and I had to save breakpoint first, and then I was able to start rolling on my serve. Played a great game to break, so I mean, definitely one of the best matches I've played in my career. And I don't know, the first set, you know, I don't remember point by point, but it was definitely really, really solid.
Roger, you can't compare matches, but even Andy Murray said that you probably never served so well as you did today. So did that a little bit surprise you too, or not at all? And also the draw, it was won by him, and he decided to return, and then he was always behind, following you in the score. Do you think at the end it could have been a mistake, or sometimes you do the same thing, or you never do it?
Yes, I mean, with the coin toss, it's just a feeling he has, and maybe it was a game plan he had to have me go first. I mean, it worked well for him. I mean, he created break point in the first game. Yeah, but that was the plan, you know, trying to come out of the blocks fast, put pressure on. I made, I think, 8 serves out of 8, and he still was able to get break points. So I think he's actually started the match very, very well. So it was, I mean, can't make them all, so it was big for me to stay with him then, and, you know, get in a groove, be dangerous off the return, and make sure I get my returns back. But I struggled early on because he actually served very well himself. And the other part of the question was...
well, he said that you never...
I served very well. I mean, I served a very high first serve percentage, plus going big, you know. So definitely it was one of my best serving days of my career, for sure.
Roger, not too long ago, a few years ago, people were saying, well, you know, why are you still playing? What motivates you? Does a performance like this answer that?
Yeah, I mean, for me it does. I always knew the reason why I was playing. I don't really need to explain a whole lot to you guys. I mean, I think the fans know why I'm playing. At the end of the day, I enjoy it. I work hard in the practice. That in a match like this, I can have a great performance. And clearly, it's an amazing feeling when you come back from the match and everybody's so happy for you. Even like on the inside of the Royal Box, when I was walking back, there was like applause all the way to the locker room, something I don't remember really having, except maybe on one of the wins I've had here. So I just feel overall that people are very happy for me, and at the same time I'm very pleased how well I'm playing. But knowing that it's just a semi-final match, it's obviously a huge one, a big one against Andy here. But you know, I need to keep it up for one more match to really make it the perfect couple of weeks here now.
Take 2 at the back, thank you.
Roger, congratulations. What is it about this place and this surface that always brings the best out of you as opposed to other places? And is it any different now that you've done it so many times? Is it a different feeling, or is it, here we go again?
I don't remember quite how every semi-final felt, but it's huge winning the semis, giving you that opportunity to be in the finals and only having one more opponent left, you know, where you can just go all out and just bring it then, you know. Usually know what the situation is. You've gotten used to everything, pressure, playing well, moving, you know, everybody's tired or not, or nervous or not, and it's just that one more match. So it's a beautiful feeling, but I don't quite remember exactly how it's all felt over the years, but clearly this tournament has given me so much, and same with the crowds, and just I guess my game translates very well to this surface. Maybe the moving part, the serve, the half volleys, I'm not sure, you know, I'm just able to figure it out very quickly on the grass.
Roger, you've been widely acclaimed as one of the great players. This morning Rod Laver on Radio 4 said you would win, and things like that, and yet a lot of people are almost in love with you, even at Wimbledon and things like that. Do you feel like Jose Mourinho, that you are the special one in tennis? You know, there's been no player like you ever who can even wow crowds outside their country?
I'm sure there's going to be many great players, you know, in the future. The game is bigger than any athletes we've ever had. It really is. I mean, I don't know Jose very well, to be quite honest. I've only met him once, and I don't follow, you know, all that very much, but no, definitely I feel very much liked by many people around the world. It's been amazing to have that support. It helps when you've been around the block for a long time. People sort of get to know you. And but like I said, the tennis is bigger than anybody, and we'll have future Wimbledon champions, future world number ones, and it's going to be even greater, I'm sure, in 50 years' time, 100 years' time, and it's a good game to play, I tell you that.
Roger, were you surprised at all how evenly the crowd was split, bearing in mind it's Andy's home tournament? I think in the Olympics, the crowd particularly were quite heavily on Andy's side.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, were you surprised at all that it was quite evenly split? Or?
Not really. I expected the crowd to be split like that a little bit. But then, obviously, for the guy who was behind, they were always going to cheer for, for a close match. I think it would have been the same, maybe going my way a little bit. But I always expected the crowd to be maybe a little bit more on Andy's side, just because, he's from around here, I'm not. And people might not know how many more opportunities I'm going to have. So they're going to be emotionally attached to maybe towards me as well, a little bit like they were with Agassi at the end of his career and other players. So of course I appreciate that, and it definitely also gave me a lift to see that the crowd was actually evenly split.
So you thought there'd be more on your side, on his side, than they actually were in the end?
No, I expected it to be sort of somewhat like that, but a little bit more on his side.
Thank you. The lady in front of them.
Roger, you were also talking the other day about how you don't play with the aim of proving people wrong. But it's something a lot of players do talk about, especially when they win. So I was wondering if you feel like it's helped you to kind of play for positive reasons, and how you've kind of managed to keep it positive.
I mean, I think when you have goals yourself and you set those with your team, maybe your physio, your fitness coach, your tennis coach, your wife, your agent, it doesn't matter who is, part of it. That's who you talk to, who you relate to, who is most dear to you, same with your parents and everything. So here, this is like part of the job, it's not my favorite thing to do, but it's part of it, and I've gotten used to it. And what happens here, you just can't take it all in, because sometimes there's a very positive vibe. Like now, it's very nice to do these press conferences, but there's also the negative side to it, where you feel like it's just beating down on you, and everything's bad, and your forehand is terrible, and why you're still playing, and and you're just like, well, it doesn't matter what they think really. At the end, I see it as an opportunity to connect with the fan who's actually supporting me. I know what I'm trying to achieve, and then you actually forget the negativity and the rest. And I think I've always been unbelievably positive throughout my career. Of course, it's also gotten to me at times, but thankfully not very often, not too long.
Roger, what are your thoughts on the opportunity to face Novak after the way things ended last year here, and also to add to your history in finals and at Wimbledon?
Well, I mean, it's great to play Novak anywhere these days, because he's a great player. He's had great success, unbelievable success actually throughout his career, but especially now the last few years, he's been unbelievably dominant, especially on the hard courts, and then he improved on the grass, on the clay. I mean, he's one of the best, if not the best, so he's become very match tough. He always shows up, and it's tough to beat him, and he's been very injury-free. It's been good for the game, so for me, I don't really think of the match we played against each other last year. I just remember it was unbelievably thrilling, and the crowd really got into it, and I'm just happy personally for myself to be back in the finals. Whoever that was going to be against, it's always a big occasion, but that it is Novak, the world number one, it obviously adds something extra.
And then the history, adding to your personal history at Wimbledon?
Sorry, could we just give everyone
Yeah, well, what do you mean?
What does that opportunity mean to you with the possibility for 8?
It doesn't matter if it's number 8 or number 1. The Wimbledon final is always a big occasion.
Thank you. Just last two English questions. Thank you.
Obviously, that game at the end of the second set was so huge, so mammoth, a battle. Could you take a moment and sort of take us inside that game? What was going through your mind? What was your self-talk? How did you stay focused?
Well, I said I was going to play the game with no regrets. Love 40. I said I'm going to run around. I'm going to go for it. But then I wasn't sure if I should. But I said, nah, I'm going for it. And then he caught me up the line. It was a serve. So I knew that was maybe a mistake in hindsight, because if he serves 2 big serves and he gets out of it, you're like, maybe I should have made him play and made him feel the pressure more. But maybe, you know, it stays with his mind that I was going to do that on the biggest of moments. And maybe that's why he did serve on match point the second serve, just to make sure he didn't have to go to the second serve. So maybe a set and a half later, it actually paid off. Who knows? But the game was unbelievable. I mean, he played some unbelievable shots, great retrieving. I had my chances. I actually didn't get down on myself. I was like, it's actually a perfect game, regardless if I win or I lose. Even though you could see it in another way as well, that it was a key game for him to stay on and, you know, break my good run I was on, and then win the second set. It would have changed things around completely. But then I was able to, I think, almost have a love game after that, stay with him, and then break myself. And then obviously it still remained an unbelievable important half an hour for both of us. But the game itself, we had some unbelievable shots, and it was great fun to be part of that.
Last English question is.
Roger, could you talk us through that unbelievable shot in the final set? I think it was the seventh game in the third set, where Andy's return, it looked like it's a winner, but you plucked it from nowhere, and it just left us all.
Which was the last 15 point,
yeah.
The backhand.
Unbelievable.
Well, I ran there and I said I was not going to chip it, because I felt like he was already too close to the net. If I hit a lob, he's going to smash it. If I chip it, he's going to be too close to net and just close. So I said the only chance I have is to flick it. And I've done some in my career that have been big, and thankfully, yeah, I think I needed that one to break afterwards. But that's what you sometimes got to, when the confidence is there and you have a clear mind, that's sometimes the stuff you can come up with. It's awesome if it happens on centre court at Wimbledon in a situation like that, no doubt about it.
Welcome to this men's doubles final. Great British interest here on the shoulders of Jamie Murray, playing opposite John Peers, up against Jean-Julien Roger and Horio Takao. It's on serve at the moment. The Brit and the Australian have had break points in both of the last opposition service games, but both times Takao and Roger have managed to save them. Takao comes in here with the unenviable record of having lost 3 times in the doubles, and I believe that's only happened once before, where they followed up a third defeat with a fourth. So he'll be hoping that he doesn't join that casualty list. But it's been an intriguing match so far. Jamie Murray's been excellent in at the net, producing some really big points. And remember, Murray and Peers knocked out Vasek Pospisil and Jack Sock, the defending champions, with a monstrous match in the third round. On that day, Pospisil was having to come back out and play on exactly the same court, having beaten Troitsky for one of the biggest victories of his career. So they've already knocked out the defending champions. Jamie Murray, of course, has already won one Wimbledon title. I think that was back in 2007 when he won the mixed doubles with Jelena Jankovic. And he's aiming for a little slice of history here. He's aiming to become the first British multiple Wimbledon champion since John Lloyd won the mixed doubles in 1983 and 1984. And certainly the Briton and the Australian have had the better of the match so far, but it's been fantastic from Roger and Takao to continually and repeatedly save these break points. It's 30-15 for Murray and Peers at the moment on serve. They're 2-3 down. So a good start by both pairings here, but it is the Briton and the Australian who've had the better chances. But so far, Jean-Julien Roger and Horio Takao have managed to dig in. They reached the semi-finals of the Australian and the French. They're a really, really experienced duo. Just looking over my shoulder, it's beginning to fill up here. We were, well, understandably, after the end of the women's match, the centre court crowd going off to have a bit of a break. We were only about a quarter full. Now I'd say we're at least 50%. No sign of Andy Murray in the box to watch his brother, but his mum and his dad are there. I was reading Andy's quite revealing blog, actually, on the BBC website, talking about his reflections over the match against Roger Federer. And he was saying that he and Jamie have deliberately stayed out of each other's way over the last fortnight. A lot was made, of course, of the fact that they were the first 2 brothers of any nationality to reach Wimbledon semi-finals since, I think, the Frasers back in 1962. They were aiming to be the first brothers, both to get through to a Wimbledon final since 2006. That wasn't meant to be, but a great opportunity for Jamie Murray here. He is a classy doubles player in mixed and in the men's as well. Great opportunity for him and Piers. They're into their first Grand Slam final, and it's 3-all. Now Roger and Takao serving, but it is the Briton and the Australian who've had the better of the match so far. And there'll be a lot of support for Jamie Murray here, especially off the back of his brother's defeat yesterday. Long, long way to go in this match. The Briton and the Australian knocked out the defending champions in the third round, but their opponents here, the Dutchman and the Romanian, have got masses of experience. And Takao in particular is desperate to avoid a fourth defeat in doubles here at Wimbledon. 3-all at the moment, 15-all on this latest service game. Nothing in this one, and a lot of drama still to come.
Thanks very much, Rob. Well, if you want to continue watching that men's doubles final on centre court, you can do so on BBC or ESPN. We're going to take you out to some action on court number 1, actually, where there is the girls' doubles currently taking place. It's the semi-finals of the junior girls, and there is a British pairing here as well. Of course, it's just the Brit, Jamie Murray, alongside the Australian John Peers on centre, but it's a British pairing you can see there, Anne Brogan and Freya Christie. Now, Anne Brogan has been mentored somewhat by Judy Murray, who has tipped her for future success. So if Jamie wasn't playing a final of his own on centre court, I'm quite sure that Judy would be on number 1 court watching these girls try and make their way through to the girls' doubles final that will be contested tomorrow. They're playing Vera Lapko and Teresa Miakilova, the 21 ranked pairing. The score in the game is currently with serve. It's 4-3 to the British pairing. You can see their box there looking on eagerly. So we'll dip into this for a bit. It's out on court number 1. It's the girls' doubles semi-finals. And we can join with Liz Smiley and Guy McCrayer.
You both. Love. Love. 40 love. $40-15. Game, Miss Latko, Miss Mialikova. Four games all, first set.
Sun doesn't seem to be everyone's liking there. Seen some interesting ways actually to cover up from the sunshine, the towels and everything being used in different ways through these 2 weeks.
Yeah, we've seen it all. That first Wednesday, that was a shock. That was a properly hot day. It's like an Australian hot day on Wednesday. And Thursday and Friday, not much cooler, but courts have stood up incredibly well. Dropped in row 25. No, you can't keep it. Throw it back. Come on. Yep. No, we know you've got it. Throw it in.
It's not, as I always say, it's not the US Open.
Maybe she'll think that people will forget that she's got it.
Don't tend to let you off very easily here.
As soon as she didn't put the first one away, she was in trouble, Brogan.
15-13.
The one she missed was a tough volley. Should have been able to put the first one away.
Tercio.
Good net position there from the receiving team. Always have the advantage if you've got good net position as compared to your opponents if they're one up, one back.
Crowd sense the importance here on number one court of this moment. Great point on the Christie serve. A little bit loose from the break. Christie is broken for the first time, and Lapko and Mihailikova on a break down and now a break up at the back end of this set.
We saw in the beginning of this match, Brogan and Christie were really alert at the net, particularly Christie. You know, she was winning a serve well and they were combining very well. In the last few games, they've just got into this hitting from the baseline type of situation where their opponents have more pace of shot off the ground, so they're able to really hurt them a little bit more. So that's the difference in what we've seen here happen, go from 4-1 up to 5-4 down. Brogan, we saw really struggle on her serve, and eventually she succumbed.
Time.
Turnaround from Vera Lapko and Teresa Mihailikova in this set. Coming up to 3/4 of an hour played from a breakdown. As they trailed in the set 4-2, but the last 3 games in their favour. Serving for the set now. Lapko at 5-4.
No, that's a long way out. Gee.
Law 15. All. 30-15.
Well, that one was marginally closer than the previous lob, but both lobs are really near where they need to be. Just trying to change up the pace. Not too sure why, but 30 all. Well, after being 4-1 down, this team now have a set point.
Yes, it's been a very impressive turnaround from Lapko and Mihalikova. The brink of going a set clear. And just the one set point required. Very clinical from these two, who do come from a breakdown. They win 4 games in a row in the end to take charge of this semi-final.
Did a good job, didn't they? Oh, where are we going here? No. They're going for a comfort stop. Is that what you call it in this country?
Comfort
bathroom break. Of course, what happens is a linesperson has to go with you. When you have a break like this, you can't go and see your coach or talk to anybody. So the linesperson will accompany you to the bathroom, which there is one very close by to court 1, I'm sure. There's probably about a dozen close to court 1. Won't go all the way back to the locker room.
Yeah, you get some venues where players can be off for a fair few minutes, actually, even just getting to the bathroom because they're not nearby. That isn't the problem we've got here at Wimbledon. Just gives us a chance to reflect. These two, they made such a good start. But I would say to you, Liz, that for Christian Brogan, that actually, even when they were opening up that lead, that 4-1 lead in the set, they worked very hard, invested quite a lot even to get in, to hold on to that position. It wasn't like they were totally on top, outplaying their opponents from the off.
No, and 4-1, it seems a lot more than what it is too. It was just one break of serve. Important for them to still communicate, though, and to try and figure out, you know, what went wrong there, and obviously try and fix it. That's all part of learning, and that's what happens in juniors. You know, you have to find your way. Things that you don't know how to do, you have to learn them. Some people never learn them. You know, some people are just blessed with natural talent and breeze through the juniors. Others, like Venus and Serena, well, they played hardly any junior tennis at all. They just hit a lot of balls. And so everyone has a different pathway.
Yeah,
Okay, so Larko and Malikova from Slovakia have taken that first set out on court one against the British pairing of Brogan and Christie. I'm Annabelle Croft alongside the 7-time Grand Slam champion Mats Wilander, and we've also got Craig O'Shaughnessy here with us to have a closer look back at the women's final, of course, won by Serena Williams over Garbine Muguruza. So tell us what you've got and your overall thoughts first of all.
Well, a very good win from Serena. Didn't play her best, but got over the line at the end. And I wanted to have a look at how well she served for the tournament and compared to what she did in the final. She wasn't quite as good in the final in the important moments. When the score was at 30-all or deuce, with Serena serving against Sharapova, she won 5 for 5 of those points. In the final, 4 for 10. So when those bigger points came along, she opened the door a little bit. Muguruza she won 5 for 6 on those big points. So, you know, you don't have to win every point. And those were very telling for Serena that got her in a little bit of a hole. In the service games won, when Serena won the first point, she won every single one of those service games 6 for 6. But when she lost the opening point, she went 1 for 4. So it was very situational with what happened. We had 12 aces, 8 double faults, started with 3 double faults. Now she looked a little nervous and it kind of came out through the serve.
She did, yeah. I don't know. It's hard to explain why she would come out like that, except she'd be very, very aware of the fact that Muguruza is very big. She had serious reach, good forehand, good backhand return, and she puts a lot of returns back in play as well.
Yeah. The serving locations were interesting. Serena served 23 times right down the middle of the court, and here we're looking at some wonderful footage from the first set. 23 went straight down the middle, 14 went wide, and 0 with the body, which is a little surprising. With that much power, you know, mixing it up and keeping the opponent guessing, you'd think that you get a couple at the body. For the overall tournament, Serena served 125 times down the middle, 123 times out wide, and only 10 at the body. So she mixed that up very, very well.
And Muguruza, I mean, that's one of the major parts of her game, Mats, and actually she did get off to a flying start in this match. And at the beginning here, you can see, as we talked about earlier, very up on that baseline, inside body weight going through the court, and actually had a huge amount of success in that department.
Yeah, and as you can tell, when she hits a forehand, it's extremely hard to know which way she's going to go, because she hits it so far in front of her, and she's able to hook it, and she can also hit the inside-out spin into her opponent's backhand.
Second serves were also a problem area for Serena. She was winning 51% coming into the final. She only won 35%.
Wow.
So those double faults will certainly factor in there.
Yeah, and she's not a big double faulter in the sport, is she? I mean, you don't think of Serena Williams as throwing in too many double faults. Actually quite a high number for her.
Yeah, she serves very few double faults, especially when you compare it to the number of aces.
She's just afraid, I think. She was afraid of Muguruza's return early on, and especially that forehand side.
Well, as you'd expect, Serena Williams so quick off the mark, up to that short ball, doesn't waste an opportunity to sort of hammer away and really be aggressive off anything that is vaguely short. And there's that forehand you talked about, Matt. She actually hits it with quite a bit of wrist action, doesn't she, Garbine Muguruza? It sort of gives it that extra snap at the end of the swing.
Definitely. I mean, it helps to be as tall as she is, because she's hitting down on a lot of forehands rather than hitting up. Most players like that. Serena hit up on it a little bit and put some spin, whereas Muguruza is so tall, she can actually, her strike zone is about maybe half a foot above what normal players would be.
She battled well against the serve. Serena's serve was a little bit off, but it was still difficult for Muguruza to return well. Her tournament average returns in play was 77%. In the final, 50%. But that, you know, that number is always going to drop when Serena is standing on the other side of the net.
We're going to take a look back at the second set as well here, because by this stage you felt like those early nerves from Serena Williams had sort of evaporated out there. She was off to a fast start and started to really flow. And I guess, Muguruza, would you say Mats came a little bit off her game at this stage?
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's hard to say. She's maybe going for a little bit too much in that second set, but I think Serena raised the game a little bit, went for it a little bit harder, and Muguruza just didn't time the ball as well. But it just seemed like Serena was, you know, just running away with the match, and happy she won the first set. Now I can relax a little bit.
Well, here she was dictating, Craig, and went off to a racing start in that second set. She was up 4-1, actually took it to 5-1 as well. But here you can see it was more Serena starting to control the points, wasn't it?
Exactly. 80% of all points in the final happened in the 0 to 4 range. So there was a lot of first strike tennis, 16% between 5 through 8, and only 4% of total points lasted at least 9 shots. So if you're a young junior or you're a coach out there and you look at a final like this and you say, well, 80% of all points are in the first 4 shots, you want to fashion your practices accordingly.
And this is where things started to change around. I don't know what you put it down to, Matt, but she started to open up the shoulders a little bit, started to find her range again, and the crowd was on her side. They wanted more tennis, and she started to make a bit of a comeback.
She did. It was an unbelievable turnaround, actually. There's no way anyone could have picked that Serena Williams was going to drop serve twice while she served for her 6th Wimbledon, but it happened, and credit to Muguruza, because she hung in there mentally and tactically. She was still trying to go for her shots, but in the end, again, Serena Williams. But it was interesting to see at the end how Serena Williams got a little bit tight, a little frustrated, and some brilliant points and retrieving by both players at the end of the match.
And there was a little bit of exasperation on the face of Serena Williams. She certainly started to tighten up and looking more across at Patrick, a little bit exasperated, but she got it together in the end.
Yeah, it was a very good comeback. 5-1 down, back to 5-4. Hitting the forehand bigger. Overall, Muguruza probably won't be too happy with her baseline play. She only won 42%, and the tournament average was 48%. Serena was up at 51% and dropped to 50. So, Serena got on top of that baseline play. One interesting thing, Muguruza won 6 of 8 at the net, Mats. Could she have come in a little bit more with such a high winning percentage there?
Well, I mean, you have to do something to disturb the rhythm of Serena Williams, and one way is to come forward so the point doesn't end on Serena's terms, really. You decide, I'm going to end the point by making a tactical change and come forward. She's big enough and she could have forced Serena to hit some passing shots, but also I think it was hard for her because she was ahead in the first set. Something was working, and when something is working, it's hard to suddenly throw something else in, and then she went away in the second set, and she was so far behind, and then suddenly you don't want to be too desperate and throw something in. So she, yes, needs to start coming forwards. That would be the way forwards for her, I would think.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that, Craig. Absolutely fantastic analysis, as always. So, Serena Williams took her 21st title here at Wimbledon over Garbine Muguruza, who was just in her first ever Grand Slam final. So we're now going to get the reaction of Garbine, who's in the press conference.
What did you think we went slightly wrong?
It's hard to say, because with Serena, if you lose 2 points that you have done to lose, you lose the match. So I think I fight all I can, fight, and I could return more, but I don't know.
What's the overriding emotion, especially after that amazing standing ovation? Can you tell us what was going through your mind when that happened and how you're feeling?
I mean, I couldn't stop crying, when so many people, are clapping, and I don't know. I was like, I make all these people feel this in a tennis court? I was like, I don't know. I felt special, it's difficult to explain. Yeah.
What, if anything, did you learn from the whole experience of being in the final?
I learned that, every match is very important. The first rounds are really hard because you're nervous, and if you get through all these situations, and you're mentally tough, you have the chance to play like these kind of matches. And I learned that it's so hard at Grand Slam, and it's like 2 weeks with a lot of emotion, and but pretty happy.
Ravinia, how do you deal with your emotions during the match itself? Were you happy with that? And talk about the pride that that you have representing Spain and also back to Venezuela as well?
It's hard to concentrate in a final because you have Serena in front of you and you're thinking, she won 5 times this. And you're like this. And it's your first final, and you know that you don't have so many chances to win the match, so you're like, okay, every point, if you don't lose this point. But I just learned that all the people are nervous, even Serena in a final, because I saw it, and that I have a good level. I mean, I have to believe that I can be there. Here I have the proof in Wimbledon that I was really close, and I'm really happy. I saw in Spain so many people are supporting me, amazing, so many people, because I didn't have the chance to see, but today and a little bit yesterday I saw, and it was amazing, and in Venezuela also.
When the whole crowd.
So that was Garbine Muguruza, who was the runner-up here at Wimbledon, and of course is understandably disappointed by not winning, but it looks as if she was quite proud of what she put out there on centre court today. Well, right now I'm delighted to say we can welcome into our studio Sofia Zuk, who's just won the Junior Girls Championship here at Wimbledon. Many congratulations. You're out there on court 1. Just tell us how it feels to have your name on that trophy that's going to be in that cabinet forevermore.
Yeah, it's really excited because it's my first Wimbledon, and I had a first slam at Roland Garros. But I'm just in love with the feelings here when you come on the court. But today, the first time we were playing on this big court, so we're really emotional, and it's really helps me a lot with the. Oh yeah, it's me.
Do you not watch yourself play tennis often?
No.
No.
So describe for us this moment right here.
It were because I had on the end of the second set I had a really so much cramps on the calves, so we're understanding if you can make a maximum what you can, you just put all your power in that, and you just if you're winning in 2 sets, yes, it's good, but because I understand that if I lose the second set, the third set I just don't have any power to play. So when I won the match point, it was yes, it's finished.
Yes, absolute joy and relief as well. So were you nervous this morning when you woke up?
No, I were really excited to go in the court faster because I really want to join this court number 1. I watched Maria in the court 1 when she was playing with Zarina Diaz, so I were thinking what emotions that they have when they're playing on this big court. And I really didn't know that so much people are going to watch juniors, because normally I was thinking that everyone's going to go to the Wimbledon ladies final. So when I just came out to the court and saw, oh my God, it's so much people, and I was really happy because I'm just in love to play when there's so much people.
Yeah. Was that the biggest crowd you've ever played in front of?
Really?
Yeah. Was it? And you managed to produce your best tennis?
Yeah, because it really helps.
It helps?
Yeah, because I really love to play when there's a lot of people.
Everybody, even so Anna Blinkova is your friend.
Yeah.
Was she helped by it too, did you feel? Did she?
But she gave the interview before, and she says that she were feeling a little bit not comfortable because she's playing also the first time on a big court, and she said that she didn't feel good the place on the court because it's really big stadium. I was like, okay, no problem. I feel my best tennis really good, so I was happy.
So you said it's your first Wimbledon here. Has it lived up to all your expectations?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, but actually I was looking only by TV, so I didn't know how the place here in some little courts, but it was actually I thought that by the TV it's not the same. In life it's much better. It's much beautiful. That is how it is.
So go ahead. No, I was going to say, where do you play most of your tennis? Because obviously there's a little bit of an accent. American accent, I think. So where do you play your tennis?
Belgium and Russia.
In Belgium and Russia.
Wow.
Okay. And your English, you've learned the English from where?
Actually
from
8 from 8 years old. It's Sunday in the morning at 7 o'clock. During 1 year, I going to the teacher with my mom. It's the famous teacher. She had no time because she were in university, so she had only time in the morning at 7 o'clock. So it was each time with my mom, please not this day. So she a little bit helps me with the accent, but after I have like practicing in different countries, so I have an American accent by myself. I don't know why.
Well, she did a good job because now she knows that you can do interviews in English for the rest of your career.
Actually, I speak more beautiful in English than in Russian. It's more easy to give interviews.
So you go to Belgium as well, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you explain a little bit of what your year looks like? You go to Belgium for how long, and then you go back to Russia?
Yeah, we're mixing because my mom have a touristic European visa. It's like 90 days per 1 year. And I have like a study card that you can be there how much you want, like per year, and they changing all the time. So we try to mix between the tournaments because I practice in Belgium like technically with my coach. And it really helps because he's really saying that it's important during
What's his name?
Olivier Jeunhomme. She was with Irina Hromacheva.
Oh, okay.
When she was in the final here.
Okay.
So he were working on it a lot, on the technical part and some like things like this. So we are mixing between, because my home is in Moscow and school. So we try to mix between.
Wow, what a cultured life you're living already. And what's the best bit about all the travel? Because you're already traveling and you're only, what, 16 years of age?
15.
15? My goodness, you're younger than we thought you were.
Yeah.
Wow, so you've been traveling a lot. So what's the best bit about the life that you're living at the moment?
Actually, now I cannot think about the other life, like just like a normal people are living, school, home, like friends, because I even cannot imagine this because I think it's so boring. Because now you're traveling like in all the countries, you're seeing the best players, you're playing on big courts. I'm just in love with it. It's so interesting. So I even cannot imagine what I do without tennis.
Yeah. You can. I have to stop this a little bit because she won Junior Wimbledon too.
Yeah,
I did.
Yes,
many years ago. You weren't even thought about then.
In 1984, she won Wimbledon. Yes, it is a very long time ago. But can you see yourself?
A little bit.
I mean, how excited is that?
It's really
Can you
exciting.
imagine being that young
I know,
again?
that young. It's amazing. Yes, it's exciting.
Yeah,
and like I said, you have your name on that trophy forevermore in the trophy cabinet, which is fantastic. Yes.
That's cool. I want to see that.
But so what happens now? You think you're gonna turn pro at some point? I mean, stop playing the women's tournament?
No, I think I will mix because still I need to grow up because to prepare my body, because when you go into pro, it's a lot of more pressure on your body.
Yes.
So I think first I need to grow up because I'm still growing to prepare all the bones and all the muscles for the body. Like it should more work when you come to the pro. So I think I will mix. And I'll begin to play some pros in September because I won my first 10,000 in October last year.
Wow.
And I had played one more tournament, 10,000 in February. I did semi-final. And after that, I didn't play like pros. I went to control in juniors. So now I think I will mix a little bit.
Okay. Nice. Finally, how are you going to celebrate tonight?
It's actually, I was thinking about that all the time after the final.
Not on the court. You're already thinking about it.
No, not on the court because I really need to focus on my game. But I think when I will come to Moscow, first I need there is going to be the ball here tomorrow in the evening.
Okay.
So I'm really excited to go
And you have to bring mom to that?
Of course, of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Of course. But is there a point tonight when maybe you try and drop mom off?
No.
And go and see? No.
No. No.
Okay.
No. Good.
Well,
keep her in line.
Fantastic. It's been an absolute pleasure interviewing you, and we really wish you the very best of luck in the future. I'm sure that we'll be interviewing you many times in the future.
Yeah.
Have a lovely evening and enjoy the moment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Okay, we are going to head back to the commentary box, I think, and catch up with Rob, who's overseeing the doubles final out on centre court.
Nice.
Yes, welcome back to centre court. Really good match this. Very high standard from both pairs. The only break points that came in the first set before the tie-break did go the way of Jamie Murray and John Peers, the Briton and the Australian, forming a great partnership. But crucially, they were unable to take advantage of any of those break points. Very tight in the tie-break, ended up 7-5. But the first set has gone the way of Jean-Julien Roger and Horio Takao. The set point was absolutely thrilling. 3 or 4 times Roger and Takao were waiting and watching to go for the big smash. Murray and Peers were doing brilliantly to get them back. But in the end, the Dutchman and the Romanian taking the first set. As I said, 7-5 in the tiebreak for a 7-6 first set. Really thrilling. The percentages make for very interesting reading as well, because there's very little in it. And in fact, on the stats from the first set, it was Murray and Peers who were coming out on top. Just to give you one example, 65% of first serves in, as opposed to 62 for the opposition. 91% of points won off the first serve for Murray and Peers. So I think they've got a right to feel a little bit hard done by. By and large, in a really tight match, they were playing the better tennis in the first set, but crucially, despite the fact that they also hit more winners in the opening set, crucially, it was the Romanian and the Dutchman who managed to hit the right shots at the right time. So fascinating match, 50 minutes the first set. But remember, Murray and Peers did lose the first set in their semi-final, and they did knock out the defending champions. And on the other side of the fence, Roger and Tecau are trying to get themselves across the winning line. Tecau in particular having lost 3 times in a doubles final at Wimbledon. I think that was 2010, 2011 and 2012. So first blood to them, and they are on serve in the second set, 2-1 to the Roger and Tecau duo. It's a fascinating match. A few people leaving, but it's about, what, 3/4 full here. Should be a great second half of this match. But on the percentages, Murray and Peers have a right to feel slightly hard done by, but they've got to turn around a deficit here, just as they did in the semi-final.
Thank you very much, Rob. Well, you can continue watching this match on the BBC or ESPN or right here on Wimbledon.com. OK, well, it's that time of the day for Plays of the Day. I know you enjoy this enormously, Matt, so let's take a look at what we've got in store for you. Interesting points there. I think I know which one you're going to pick. Which one is it?
Well, that last, the last point, play number 3, because that last forehand that she hits, it's so different. If we pay attention to what she's trying to tell herself to do, which is keep your eyes glued on the ball while she hits through it. But very rarely would you see a player actually do it as extreme as she does this. So here it comes. She keeps her head completely still, follows through, hits the shot. I mean, she wouldn't even have seen. And then that reaction, she wouldn't even have seen where that ball bounced. So that was an incredible, and that was to win the first set.
Yes, it was. And the other interesting thing, I know you picked up on it when we got a great slow-mo of it earlier in the day, where she actually holds her head, doesn't she? And you could almost take a photograph. She has actually not even any idea of where that ball's gone, other than where she wanted to hit it. But yeah, it's interesting.
It's what Roger Federer does very often. He hits his shot and he keeps his eyes on where he just hit the ball from. And it's something that amateurs and juniors really should try and practice, is to try and watch the ball hit your strings. I always tell amateurs that I'm trying to help, like, it's not enough to say watch the ball, because most people don't remember if you watch the ball. So just remember that you saw it hit your strings, and that's exactly what Serena Williams was telling herself to do. That might have been the biggest point of this match, that first set, winning that and that forehand.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we have an amazing final in store for you tomorrow between the world number 1, Novak Djokovic, and the world number 2, Roger Federer, who, of course, is going for his 8th Wimbledon, his 18th Grand Slam title overall. It's such an exciting matchup. What kind of match can we expect?
I think we're going to see Roger Federer come out and play exactly the same way that he did against Andy Murray. If he serves as well that he did against Andy Murray, then we might have the same outcome. But I'm not betting on Federer serving at that higher percentage with 20 aces, but I do bet on him playing as well from the baseline. So to me, this is going to be a great match. If Federer played well against Andy Murray, he's going to have to do it again, and Novak Djokovic is going to have to step it up a little bit for us to have a 5-set match, which I hope we do.
And of course, we had one last year, and it was Novak that came through in 5 last year. I wonder what's going to happen tomorrow. Thank you so much, Matt. As always, wonderful comments and analysis of everything all day. OK, well, that's all we've got time for today. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage here on Women's Finals Day. Tomorrow, it's the final day of the 2015 Championship. And as I said, it'll be a repeat of last year's final between Novak Djokovic and Roger Federer. We can't wait, and we look forward to your company tomorrow. Bye for now.